Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're telling the story of a man who was literally called the Bastard to his face and ended up conquering an entire kingdom just to prove everyone wrong. William of Normandy. The guy who looked at England across the channel and said, "Yeah, I'll take that," and then actually did it. In 1066, he pulled off one of the most audacious military gambles in European history, and nothing, not the English army, not the weather, not the fact that half of Europe thought he was just some illegitimate nobody, could stop him. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you're into epic medieval power moves, and drop a comment. Where are you watching from tonight? What time is it in your corner of the world? I genuinely want to know who's joining me for this wild ride through blood, ambition, and one man's refusal to let his birth define his destiny. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's unravel how a boy born in scandal became the man who reshaped England forever. Ready? Let's go. To understand William, we first need to understand where he came from. And I don't just mean Normandy, I mean the absolutely wild backstory of how Normandy even became a thing in the first place. Because the Normans weren't originally French, they weren't even close to French, they were Vikings. Hardcore, raid your monastery, steal your silver, terrify your coastline Vikings. And somehow, in about a century and a half, these Scandinavian raiders transformed themselves into the most sophisticated military aristocracy medieval Europe had ever seen. That transformation is one of history's great magic tricks, and it explains everything about why William was the way he was. Let's rewind to the late 9th century. The Frankish kingdom, basically what would become France, was having a terrible time. The Carolingian Empire, that grand inheritance of Charlemagne, was falling apart like a cheap tunic in a sword fight. And into this chaos came the Northmen. Wave after wave of Scandinavian raiders sailing up the rivers, burning towns, demanding tribute, and generally making life miserable for everyone who didn't own a longship. The Frankish kings tried everything. Battles, bribes, prayers. Nothing worked. These Vikings kept coming back like a bad case of medieval déjà vu. Enter Rollo. We don't know a huge amount about Rollo's early life, which is pretty typical for Vikings. They weren't exactly meticulous about keeping birth certificates. What we do know is that by the early 10th century he was leading a particularly troublesome band of Northmen who had made themselves comfortable in the lower Seine Valley. They'd been raiding the region for years, and the Frankish king Charles the Simple, and yes, that was actually his name, though simple here meant straightforward rather than not very bright, which is honestly a relief, was running out of options. So in 911, Charles did something that seemed absolutely insane at the time, but turned out to be accidentally brilliant. He offered Rollo a deal. You can have this chunk of territory around Rouen. It's yours, legally. You can settle there, rule it, do whatever you want with it. In exchange, you convert to Christianity, swear loyalty to me, and, here's the important part, you keep all the other Vikings out. Basically, Charles hired a wolf to guard his sheep, which sounds like a terrible plan until you realise the wolf was very good at fighting other wolves. Rollo accepted. He was baptised, probably with the enthusiasm of a man who viewed religion as a useful networking opportunity, rather than a profound spiritual transformation. He married a Frankish noblewoman named Gisela, who may or may not have actually existed depending on which chronicle you believe, and just like that, the Northmen had a homeland in Francia. The locals called them Normanni, the Northmen, and their territory became Normannia, Normandy. Now here's where things get interesting. You might expect these Vikings to remain Vikings, keeping their Norse language, worshipping Odin on the side, maintaining their Scandinavian customs, but that's not what happened at all. The Normans assimilated with a speed that would make modern immigration debates seem quaint. Within 2 generations, they'd largely abandoned Old Norse for French. They'd embraced Christianity with genuine fervour, building monasteries and cathedrals that would make any Frankish bishop weep with joy. They adopted Frankish laws, Frankish customs, Frankish architecture, Frankish everything. But, and this is crucial, they didn't completely forget where they came from. The Normans took the best parts of Viking culture and welded them onto their new Frankish identity. From their Scandinavian ancestors, they kept that restless energy, that willingness to take enormous risks, that talent for long-distance expeditions. From the Franks, they learned sophisticated cavalry tactics, castle building, feudal administration, and the art of legitimizing conquest through legal and religious frameworks. The result was something entirely new, a warrior aristocracy that combined Viking aggression with Frankish sophistication. Think of it like this. If the Vikings were the start-up disruptors of medieval Europe, fast-moving, aggressive, willing to break things, then the Normans were what happened when those disruptors went corporate. They kept the killer instinct, but added lawyers, accountants, and a really good PR department. They didn't just conquer places, they built administrative systems to run them efficiently afterward. They didn't just take land, they created legal justifications for why the land was rightfully theirs. This combination of military ferocity and bureaucratic competence made them absolutely devastating. By the time William was born in the 1020s, Normandy had been under Norman rule for over a century. It had gone from a hastily granted buffer zone to one of the most powerful duchies in France. The descendants of Rollo had expanded their territory, built an impressive network of castles and monasteries, and established themselves as major players in European politics. They'd intermarried with other noble families, accumulated wealth and influence, and created a military machine that punched well above its weight class. The Norman knights were the special forces of their era. They'd perfected heavy cavalry tactics at a time when most European armies still relied heavily on infantry. They rode larger horses, wore better armour, and trained relentlessly for mounted combat. A Norman cavalry charge wasn't just an attack, it was a precisely coordinated manoeuvre designed to shatter enemy formations through sheer, concentrated impact. Other European nobles fought on horseback, Normans waged war from horseback. There's a difference, and it showed on every battlefield they touched. But the Normans weren't just good at fighting, they were good at building. They revolutionized castle construction, developing the motte and bailey design that could be thrown up quickly in hostile territory and then upgraded into permanent stone fortifications. A Norman invader didn't just defeat you in battle, he built a castle overlooking your town so you'd have a daily reminder of who was in charge now. It was conquest architecture, every tower and wall sending a message about power and permanence. They were also good at the soft power stuff. The Norman church was wealthy, well-organised, and politically connected. Norman monasteries produced chronicles that, surprise, surprise, always portrayed Norman conquests as righteous and divinely sanctioned. Norman bishops served as diplomats, administrators, and occasionally military commanders. When you fought the Normans, you weren't just fighting an army. You were fighting an entire system designed to conquer you, administer you, and then convince you that being conquered was actually God's plan all along. This was the world William was born into, a world where his ancestors had clawed their way up from landless raiders to become one of the most powerful families in Christian Europe. A world where military excellence was expected, political cunning was essential, and showing weakness meant death. A world that valued strength above almost everything else. Which made it particularly unfortunate that William entered this world with the biggest possible mark against him. He was a bastard. Now, when we call someone a bastard today, we usually mean they're being unpleasant. In 11th century Normandy, it was a technical legal term with devastating implications. William was the illegitimate son of Duke Robert I, sometimes called Robert the Magnificent, sometimes Robert the Devil, depending on whether the chronicler liked him or not. Robert had never married William's mother, a woman named Herlevar who came from the lower ranks of Norman society. Some sources say she was the daughter of a tanner, which would have been considered almost embarrassingly humble. Others suggest her family was slightly more respectable, perhaps minor landholders or craftsmen. Either way, she wasn't noble, she wasn't married to Robert, and that made William legally and socially compromised from the moment of his birth. The story of how Robert and Herlevar met varies depending on which medieval chronicler you ask, and most of them had the historical accuracy standards of a modern tabloid. One popular version has Robert spotting Herlevar while she was washing clothes by a stream, which is the kind of meet-cute that sounds romantic until you remember that Robert was a duke, and Herlevar had approximately zero choice in what happened next. Medieval power dynamics weren't exactly designed for enthusiastic consent. Whatever the circumstances, Herlevar became Robert's concubine, and sometime around 1027 or 1028, we can't be sure of the exact year, she gave birth to a son. That son was William, and from day one, his position was precarious. In a society where legitimate birth meant everything, William was starting life with a permanent asterisk next to his name. Legitimate sons inherited titles, lands, and power. Illegitimate sons inherited, well, whatever their fathers felt like giving them, if anything. Many bastards of noble families were simply ignored, shuffled off to the church, or given minor positions that kept them alive but out of the way. They were embarrassments to be managed, not heirs to be celebrated. Robert, to his credit, didn't take that approach with William. He openly acknowledged his son and seems to have genuinely cared for him. He made sure William was raised at court, educated properly and trained in all the skills a Norman nobleman needed. More importantly, Robert didn't have any legitimate sons. His one legitimate marriage, to a woman named Estrith, sister of the Danish king, had been annulled without producing children. So when Robert looked around for an heir, his options were limited. He had William, and he had various relatives who would be more than happy to snatch the duchy if given half a chance. In 1034, Robert made a decision that would shape the rest of William's life. He announced his intention to go on pilgrimage to Jerusalem. This was a big deal in the 11th century, a journey of thousands of miles through dangerous territory from which many pilgrims never returned. Before leaving, Robert gathered his nobles and made them swear allegiance to William as his heir. The 7-year-old bastard was to become Duke of Normandy if Robert didn't come back. Some of the nobles probably grumbled about this. Swearing allegiance to a child was one thing. Swearing allegiance to an illegitimate child was another. But Robert was a forceful personality with a reputation for violence. The Robert the Devil nickname wasn't entirely affectionate, and nobody wanted to openly challenge him. So they swore. And then Robert left for the Holy Land, probably expecting to return within a year or two to resume his reign. He never came back. Robert died in Nicaea in July 1035, apparently from illness contracted during the journey. The news took weeks to reach Normandy, and when it arrived it detonated like a bomb. The Duke was dead. His heir was a 7-year-old boy, and that 7-year-old was a bastard whose claim to the duchy was, at best, legally questionable. What followed was a masterclass in medieval chaos. The Norman nobility, who had sworn those oaths of loyalty when Robert was alive and watching, suddenly discovered that oaths were more like guidelines than actual rules. Various factions emerged, each backing different claimants or simply grabbing what they could while the grabbing was good. William's great-uncle, Archbishop Robert of Rouen, initially served as one of his guardians, but the archbishop died within months. Other guardians followed, and their life expectancy proved disturbingly short. To put it simply, William's childhood was a survival horror game. He was a small, vulnerable child in a world of armoured men who would benefit enormously from his death. The duchy was technically his, but actually controlling it was another matter entirely. Regional lords stopped paying attention to ducal authority. Private wars erupted across Normandy as various nobles settled old scores or grabbed new territory. The carefully constructed administrative system that previous dukes had built began to fray at the edges, and people kept trying to kill William. Not metaphorically, actually literally trying to kill him. The chronicles record multiple assassination attempts during his childhood, though the details are sometimes fuzzy. One story has young William being hidden by his guardians, smuggled from location to location at night to stay ahead of conspirators. Another describes him sleeping in peasant cottages rather than noble residences because his own court was too dangerous. Whether all these stories are literally true or embellished for dramatic effect, they paint a consistent picture. William's early years were defined by constant mortal danger. 3 of his guardians were murdered. Let that sink in. 3 different adults whose job was to keep William alive were themselves killed, presumably by people who wanted to get to William next. Osborne, his steward, was stabbed to death in William's own bedchamber, while the boy was sleeping nearby. Can you imagine growing up like that? Going to sleep wondering if tonight was the night someone would finish the job, waking up to find your protector bleeding out on the floor? This wasn't a childhood. This was training. Every betrayal, every murder, every close call taught William lessons that would serve him for the rest of his life. Trust no one completely. Show no weakness. Strike first when you can. Mercy is a luxury that gets you killed. The boy who emerged from this crucible wasn't exactly damaged. He was forged. Hammered and heated and hammered again until all the softness burned away, and only hard iron remained. There's a reason William earned a reputation for calculated brutality in his later years. When you've spent your childhood watching people get murdered for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, compassion starts to look like carelessness. When your own relatives have plotted against you, family loyalty becomes conditional at best. William learned early that the only reliable security came from being stronger and more ruthless than everyone else. It's not a pleasant lesson, but it kept him alive. The situation began to stabilize somewhat as William approached adolescence, though stabilize is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. What really happened was that the chaos sorted itself out through the traditional medieval method of various people dying until the survivors reached a rough equilibrium. William's supporters, a mix of loyal nobles, church officials, and relatives who benefited from his survival, managed to hold things together just enough to prevent total collapse. But the real turning point came when William started being able to fight for himself. Medieval nobles were expected to be warriors, and William had been training for combat since he could hold a sword. By his mid-teens, he was participating in actual military campaigns, and he turned out to be very, very good at violence. This wasn't surprising given his ancestry. Viking blood doesn't just disappear in a few generations, but it was crucial for his political survival. A weak duke would be overthrown. A duke who could personally cave in your skull with a mace was a different proposition entirely. In 1047, when William was around 19 or 20, he faced his biggest test yet. A major rebellion erupted in western Normandy, led by a coalition of nobles who decided they'd had enough of being ruled by a bastard. The rebels' figurehead was Guy of Burgundy, a relative of William who had a plausible claim to the duchy if you squinted at the genealogy the right way. They raised an army, seized territory, and moved to crush William once and for all. William, outnumbered and outresourced, did something clever. He appealed to King Henry I of France, his feudal overlord, for help. Henry had his own reasons for wanting to keep Normandy under control. A strong independent duchy on his border was a threat, but a grateful duke who owed him a favour was useful. Henry agreed to intervene, and the combined forces of William and the French king met the rebels at the Battle of Hastings. The battle was a decisive Norman victory. William's cavalry charges shattered the rebel formations, and many of the conspirators drowned trying to flee across the River Orne. Guy of Burgundy escaped but was eventually captured and spent the rest of his life in comfortable imprisonment. The rebellion was crushed, and William's position as Duke was finally genuinely secure. But William never forgot those years of vulnerability. He never forgot how quickly oaths of loyalty dissolved when the opportunity for betrayal presented itself. He never forgot the guardians murdered in their beds, the nights spent hiding from assassins, the constant knowledge that half his court would happily see him dead. Those experiences shaped his approach to power for the rest of his life. When William conquered territory, he didn't just defeat his enemies, he replaced the entire ruling class. When he built castles, he built them to intimidate as much as to defend. When he made demands, he expected absolute compliance. He was generous to loyal supporters and absolutely merciless to anyone who crossed him. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was a calculated strategy developed by a man who had learned through bitter childhood experience that half measures got you killed. The illegitimacy that had nearly destroyed him became, paradoxically, part of his strength. Because William had no automatic right to anything, no unquestioned claim, no divine sanction, no easy inheritance, he had to earn every scrap of power through force and cunning. He had to be better than everyone else just to survive. And by the time he reached adulthood, he was better, faster, more ruthless, more strategically sophisticated. The bastard boy had become a killing machine wrapped in a duke's coronet. His enemies learned this lesson the hard way. Throughout the 1050s, William fought a series of wars that demonstrated exactly how dangerous he had become. When King Henry I of France, the same king who had helped him at Hastings, turned against him and invaded Normandy, William didn't just defend his territory, he devastated the French army so thoroughly that Henry never recovered his prestige. When the Count of Anjou tried to expand into Norman territory, William pushed him back and fortified the border so effectively that Anjou became a defensive problem rather than an offensive threat. Each victory added to his reputation. Each successful defence proved that Normandy under William was not a duchy to be trifled with. The other powers of northern France began to treat him with cautious respect, which was really just fear wearing a diplomatic hat. William wasn't just surviving anymore, he was winning, and he was starting to look around for bigger challenges. The bastard of Normandy was becoming one of the most formidable rulers in Western Europe. He had an army of superbly trained knights, a network of impregnable castles, a duchy that generated substantial revenue, and the personal military skills to lead from the front in battle. He had loyal supporters who knew that their fortunes depended on his success. He had a wife, Matilda of Flanders, who had brought him a valuable alliance and would prove to be an exceptional partner in governance. And he had one other thing: a claim. A contested, complicated, probably not entirely legitimate claim to the throne of England. But that's a story for the next chapter. For now, what matters is understanding who William was when he started looking across the English Channel. He was a self-made ruler in an era that didn't believe in self-made men. He was a bastard who had clawed his way to power through a childhood that would have destroyed most people. He was a survivor, a fighter, and a strategic genius who had learned to think 3 moves ahead because anything less meant death. The polite chroniclers would later call him William the Conqueror. His enemies called him William the Bastard. Both names were accurate. The question was which identity would define his legacy. As it turned out, both would. Because the man who conquered England never forgot where he came from, and he made sure no one else forgot either. Every stone of his castles, every clause of his laws, every confiscated estate was a message to the world. The bastard had won, and if you didn't like it, he had 10,000 Norman knights who would be happy to discuss your concerns. That chip on his shoulder crossed the Channel with him in 1066. It drove him to conquer, to consolidate, to prove beyond any doubt that his blood was as good as anyone's. Better, actually. Because he had proven it on the battlefield, which was the only court that really mattered. The Vikings had believed that glory was earned, not inherited, that great deeds mattered more than great ancestry. In that sense, William was more Viking than French, whatever language he spoke or what god he prayed to. He was Rollo's true descendant, not because of genetics, but because of attitude. Like his pirate ancestors, he took what he wanted and dared anyone to take it back. They would try. For the next 20 years, various people would try to challenge William's authority in England. Rebels, rivals, foreign invaders, even his own sons. None of them succeeded, because William had already survived the hardest test of his life before he ever set foot on English soil. After a childhood like his, conquering a kingdom was almost relaxing. Almost. But we'll get to the complications later. For now, just remember this. The man who would reshape England was shaped himself by Normandy, by Viking ancestry and French sophistication, by illegitimate birth and impossible survival, by the knowledge, branded into his soul through years of mortal danger, that power was the only thing that kept you alive, and the more power you had, the safer you were. It's not a philosophy that makes for warm and cuddly leadership, but it makes for effective conquest, and William was very, very good at conquest. The Norman machine was ready, its driver was ready. All that remained was to find a suitable target. The Norman court that William ruled was, in many ways, a reflection of his own personality. Efficient, suspicious, and absolutely obsessed with documentation. The Normans loved paperwork in a way that would seem almost modern if the paperwork weren't written on sheepskin. They kept records of everything: who owed what to whom, which lands belonged to which families, what obligations came with what titles. This administrative obsession meant that William always knew exactly what resources he had available. It also meant that betrayal was harder to hide. You couldn't quietly seize a neighbour's estate when there were clerks keeping track of exactly whose estate it was supposed to be. This combination of military might and bureaucratic precision made Normandy something new in medieval Europe. Other realms were powerful, other rulers were effective warriors, but few could match the Normans for their ability to conquer territory and then actually run it competently afterward. Most medieval conquests ended up being temporary affairs. A warlord grabs some land, exploits it for a generation, and then loses it to someone else. The Normans grabbed land and kept it. They institutionalized their conquests in a way that made them permanent. William understood this better than anyone. He had seen how quickly power could evaporate when institutions broke down. That was basically the story of his childhood. So he invested heavily in the systems that would maintain his authority whether he was personally present or not. Castles that could hold out for months without relief. Administrative structures that could collect taxes and enforce justice even when the Duke was campaigning elsewhere. A church hierarchy that preached obedience to ducal authority as a religious duty. By the 1060s, Normandy under William was a machine, a very effective killing and governing machine, but a machine nonetheless. Every component had its function, every person had their place, and the whole thing ran with an efficiency that observers found either impressive or terrifying, depending on whether they were inside or outside the system. England had no idea what was coming. Actually, that's not quite true. A few people in England had a pretty good idea what was coming. They had met William, dealt with him, seen what he was capable of. One of them had even sworn an oath to him, an oath that William would later use to justify the biggest military operation since the fall of Rome. But that oath, and the man who swore it, and the complicated web of promises and betrayals that led to the Battle of Hastings, that's the next part of our story. What matters now is that you understand the foundation. William wasn't some random warlord who got lucky in one battle. He was the product of a century of Norman evolution, that unique blend of Viking aggression and French organisation. And he was personally forged in a childhood so brutal that it would make a modern therapist weep into their coffee. When William looked at England, he didn't see a country. He saw a problem to be solved, a resistance to be broken, a ruling class to be replaced. He had been doing that in Normandy for 20 years. England was just a bigger version of the same project. The techniques he would use, the castles, the cavalry charges, the systematic land redistribution, the propaganda campaigns, all of these had been tested and refined in Normandy first. England was the final exam, and William had been studying for it his entire life. Not deliberately, of course. When 7-year-old William was hiding from assassins, he wasn't thinking about someday conquering England. He was thinking about surviving until morning. But the skills he developed during those desperate years, the paranoia, the strategic thinking, the willingness to use maximum force, those skills would serve him perfectly when the time came. There's something almost unfair about it when you think about it. The English nobles who had faced William in 1066 had grown up in relative stability. They had inherited their positions, married well, accumulated lands through peaceful succession. They were products of a functioning system that rewarded patience and political manoeuvring. William was a product of chaos that rewarded only survival. In any confrontation, the survivor has an edge. They've already proven they can handle the worst. Everything else is just a matter of scale, and William was about to scale up dramatically. The stage was set. The players were moving into position. Across the narrow waters of the English Channel, a kingdom was about to change hands, and with it, the entire future of the English-speaking world. The language you're hearing right now, with its strange mixture of Germanic roots and French vocabulary, that's William's fault. The legal system that governs half the world, William had a hand in that too. The very concept of what it means to be English. William redefined it completely. All because a Viking named Rollo cut a deal with a Frankish king in 911. All because a Norman duke took a tanner's daughter as his mistress in the 1020s. All because the boy they produced survived a childhood that should have killed him a dozen times over. History is full of contingencies like this. Small decisions cascading into enormous consequences. If Robert had married a noblewoman and produced a legitimate heir, William might have been nothing more than a minor footnote, another bastard son shuffled off to the church or given a small estate and forgotten. If any of those assassination attempts had succeeded, we might be speaking an entirely different version of English today. If Rollo had decided to keep raiding instead of settling, there might not have been a Normandy at all. But that's not what happened. What happened was William, a bastard who became a duke, who became a king, who became a legend. And every step of that journey was shaped by what came before, the Viking blood, the Norman evolution, the childhood trauma, the impossible survival. Now you know where he came from. Now you understand why he was the way he was. The ruthlessness wasn't random cruelty. It was a learned survival strategy. The ambition wasn't mere greed. It was a bastard's desperate need to prove his worth. The military brilliance wasn't natural talent alone. It was the result of training that started before he could read and never stopped until the day he died. William was a monster. But he was a monster that medieval Normandy built through a combination of cultural evolution and personal trauma that produced exactly the kind of leader that era required. In a different time, with different circumstances, his qualities might have been considered pathological. In 11th century Europe, they made him a king. The Normans had spent 150 years preparing for someone like William. They just didn't know it until he came along. All that Viking energy, all that French sophistication, all those castles and knights and administrative systems, they were tools waiting for the right hand to wield them. William was that hand. Forged in fire, tempered by betrayal, absolutely certain that the only security lay in total dominance. England's ruling class, comfortable in their inherited positions, had no idea what that kind of certainty looked like. They were about to find out. But first they would make some mistakes. They would underestimate him, misjudge him, assume that the normal rules of medieval politics applied to him. They were wrong. William didn't play by normal rules. He played to win, by whatever means necessary, because losing had never been an option for him. When you've spent your childhood surrounded by people who would benefit from your death, you don't develop a taste for half measures. The bastard was coming, and he was bringing everything he had learned in that brutal Norman schoolhouse with him. The castles, the cavalry, the controlled violence, the systematic replacement of anyone who might pose a threat. England thought it was getting a new king. It was actually getting a complete renovation, whether it wanted one or not. The Norman conquest wasn't just a change of management. It was a hostile takeover by the most efficient conquering machine medieval Europe had ever produced, led by a man who had been practicing conquest since before he could shave. The English never really had a chance. They just didn't know it yet. That knowledge was coming, though. It was sailing across the Channel with William's fleet, building itself into the stone walls of Norman castles, embedding itself in every law and charter and property transfer that would follow. The bastard's victory would be total, comprehensive, and permanent. Because that was the only kind of victory William understood. Anything less, and you might end up like his childhood guardians, dead in your bed while the world moved on without you. William had learned his lesson. England was about to learn it too. Now you might think that a man with William's background, the paranoia, the violence, the trust issues that would make a modern therapist retire early, would have a complicated romantic life. Multiple wives, discarded mistresses, illegitimate children scattered across Normandy like confetti at a particularly chaotic wedding. That was pretty much the standard operating procedure for medieval rulers. Loyalty in marriage was considered a nice idea, sort of like how we consider eating vegetables a nice idea, something you acknowledge in principle while reaching for the cake. But William, in yet another way he defied expectations, turned out to be remarkably devoted to one woman for his entire adult life. Her name was Matilda of Flanders, and their partnership would become one of the most successful political marriages of the medieval period. Not just successful in the dynastic sense of producing heirs, though they certainly did that with enthusiasm, but successful in the sense that they actually seemed to like each other and work together as genuine partners. In the 11th century, this was approximately as common as finding a vegetarian at a Viking feast. Matilda was not some obscure noblewoman William settled for because better options weren't available. She was one of the most eligible women in Northern Europe. Her father was Baldwin V, Count of Flanders, which meant she came with one of the richest and most strategically important territories in the region. Her mother was Adela, daughter of King Robert II of France, which gave Matilda royal blood that William himself conspicuously lacked. Through various genealogical connections, she could trace her ancestry back to Alfred the Great of England, a detail that would prove useful later when William needed to justify his claim to the English throne. In other words, Matilda was a catch. She was well educated by the standards of the time, probably spoke multiple languages, and came from a family known for political sophistication. The Counts of Flanders had spent generations playing France, England, and the German Empire against each other, extracting maximum advantage from their strategic position on the North Sea coast. Matilda had grown up watching this diplomatic chess game, and she'd learned the rules extremely well. The story of how William and Matilda got together varies depending on which medieval chronicler you believe, and frankly, none of them seem entirely reliable. The most famous version, which is almost certainly legendary, claims that when William first proposed marriage, Matilda rejected him because of his illegitimate birth. She supposedly declared that she was too high-born to marry a bastard. William, displaying the anger management skills that would later make him such a gentle and beloved ruler, allegedly rode to Bruges, found Matilda in the street, grabbed her by her braids, threw her down, and rode off. And then, according to this story, Matilda decided she would marry no one else. Now, medieval chroniclers had interesting ideas about romance, and this story probably tells us more about what they thought was an acceptable courtship narrative than about what actually happened. The whole "I'm attracted to him because he assaulted me" angle was disturbingly common in medieval literature, which says nothing good about medieval attitudes toward women and consent. Modern historians tend to be sceptical that this incident occurred as described, if it occurred at all. What we do know is that negotiations for the marriage began in the late 1040s and faced a significant obstacle: Pope Leo IX. In 1049, a church council at Rome prohibited the marriage of William and Matilda. The exact reasons aren't entirely clear from surviving sources. Some historians think it was because the two were too closely related. They were distant cousins through various tangled genealogical connections, and the medieval church was very particular about consanguinity rules. Others suggest political factors were involved. Perhaps rival powers had lobbied the Pope to block an alliance between Normandy and Flanders. Whatever the reason, William and Matilda were officially forbidden from marrying. They got married anyway. Sometime around 1050 or 1051, the exact date is disputed, William and Matilda went ahead with the wedding despite the papal prohibition. This was a significant gamble. Excommunication was a real threat, and it could have undermined William's position considerably. A duke who defied the Pope was a duke whose enemies could claim divine sanction for rebellion against him. But William calculated, correctly as it turned out, that the political benefits of the marriage outweighed the religious risks. The alliance with Flanders gave him a powerful neighbour who would guard his northeastern border. It gave him access to Flemish wealth and resources, and it gave him Matilda herself, who proved to be considerably more valuable than anyone might have expected. The papal ban was eventually lifted in 1059, after William and Matilda agreed to found two abbeys as penance, the Abbaye aux Hommes and the Abbaye aux Dames in Caen, which still stand today as monuments to their technically forbidden love. Or, more accurately, as monuments to their ability to negotiate their way out of ecclesiastical trouble through generous donations. The medieval church was remarkably flexible about rules when enough money changed hands, a tradition that would later cause some problems during the Reformation. What made the marriage unusual wasn't the political manoeuvring. That was standard for noble alliances. Every noble marriage in medieval Europe was essentially a business merger with romantic window dressing. The bride's family got connections and influence, the groom's family got dowry and alliances, and the actual couple involved got to hope they would learn to tolerate each other over time. Love was considered a pleasant bonus, not a prerequisite. Many medieval nobles barely knew their spouses before the wedding, and saw them only occasionally afterward, between military campaigns and administrative duties. What made the William-Matilda arrangement unusual was what happened afterward. William appears to have been genuinely faithful to Matilda throughout their marriage. In an era when noble adultery was practically a sport, William produced no known illegitimate children after his marriage. No mistresses are recorded in any source. No scandals, no diplomatic incidents involving angry husbands, no inconvenient offspring showing up to complicate inheritance disputes. This was weird. Really weird. Think about it. William was one of the most powerful men in Europe, with effectively unlimited access to women who had no practical ability to refuse him. Medieval morality didn't particularly condemn male infidelity. It was expected, almost required, as a demonstration of virility. William's own father had never married his mother, and had maintained other relationships throughout his life. For William to remain monogamous was a choice, and a conspicuous one. Why did he make it? We can't know for certain. William didn't leave us his personal diary, and medieval sources rarely delve into psychological motivations, but we can speculate. Perhaps William, having grown up as the bastard son of an unmarried union, was determined that his own children would never face the stigma he had endured. Perhaps he genuinely loved Matilda and found the idea of infidelity distasteful. Perhaps he was simply too busy conquering things to have affairs on the side. Perhaps all of the above. Whatever the reason, the result was a partnership that lasted over 30 years and produced at least 9 children who survived to adulthood, 4 sons and 5 daughters. That's an impressive survival rate for the medieval period, when childhood mortality claimed a substantial percentage of even noble children. It suggests a household where children were valued and cared for, which wasn't always a given even among the aristocracy. Matilda's role in this partnership went far beyond producing heirs. She was actively involved in governing Normandy, particularly during William's frequent military campaigns. When William invaded England in 1066, he left Matilda in charge of the duchy as regent, a position of enormous responsibility and trust. She wasn't a figurehead. She actually ran things, making administrative decisions, handling disputes, managing the complex feudal relationships that kept Normandy functioning. The sources suggest she was good at it. No major rebellions occurred during her regencies, no administrative catastrophes, no signs that anyone thought she was in over her head. In a society that generally didn't take female leadership seriously, Matilda apparently commanded respect through sheer competence. The Norman nobles who served under her did so without the obvious reluctance or passive resistance that often greeted female regents in the medieval period. She also had wealth of her own. Matilda held extensive lands in England after the conquest, making her one of the largest landholders in the kingdom in her own right. She controlled substantial resources independently of William, which gave her a degree of autonomy unusual for medieval queens. This wasn't just William being generous, it was a recognition of her status as a genuine partner in the family enterprise. And then there's the Bayeux Tapestry. This extraordinary work of medieval art, actually an embroidery, not a tapestry, but we've been calling it the wrong thing for so long that it's too late to change now, tells the story of the Norman conquest in vivid, detailed images. It's one of the most important historical documents from the period, and it was almost certainly commissioned by someone close to the Norman ruling circle. Tradition holds that Matilda herself either commissioned or personally worked on the tapestry, which is why it's sometimes called Queen Matilda's Tapestry. Modern historians are sceptical about the personal needlework part. The tapestry is enormous, over 230 feet long, and would have required a team of skilled embroiderers working for years. But it's entirely possible that Matilda sponsored its creation, or that it was made to honour her. The tapestry was housed at Bayeux Cathedral, which had strong connections to the Norman ducal family. What's certain is that the tapestry represents a Norman perspective on the conquest, presenting William's claim to England as legitimate and Harold's resistance as oath-breaking treachery. If Matilda was involved in its creation, she was participating in a sophisticated propaganda campaign to justify her husband's conquest to future generations. This wouldn't have been out of character. The Normans were excellent at controlling historical narratives, and Matilda came from a family that understood political messaging. The relationship between William and Matilda wasn't without conflict. In their later years, they quarrelled over their eldest son, Robert Curthose, who rebelled against his father multiple times. Matilda apparently supported Robert more than William thought appropriate. She may have even sent him money while he was in rebellion, which William reportedly found out about and didn't appreciate. The family dynamics were complicated, as family dynamics tend to be when enormous amounts of power and land are involved. But even their conflicts suggest a relationship where Matilda felt secure enough to disagree with her husband and advocate for her own position. She wasn't afraid of him, which is saying something given William's reputation for violent temper. When she died in 1083, William was reportedly devastated. He allegedly never fully recovered from her loss, and became even more harsh and difficult in his final years. For a man who had learned not to depend on anyone, losing Matilda seems to have genuinely wounded him. Matilda was buried at the Abbaye aux Dames in Caen, the abbey that had been founded to atone for their prohibited marriage. Her tomb still exists, though like William's it has been disturbed and damaged over the centuries. In death as in life, the two were separated by their respective abbey foundations. William at the Abbaye aux Hommes, Matilda at the Abbaye aux Dames, a few hundred metres apart but in different buildings. Now let's turn our attention across the English Channel, where a completely different drama was unfolding. Because to understand why William eventually invaded England, you need to understand the absolutely chaotic situation in the English royal succession. And trust me, it was chaotic. Game of Thrones has nothing on 11th century England when it comes to complicated inheritance disputes, unexpected deaths, and questionable claims to power. The story starts with the Vikings. Again. Just like the Normans were originally Vikings who settled in France, the English throne had recently been claimed by Vikings who settled in Denmark. In 1013, the Danish king Sweyn Forkbeard invaded England and drove out the existing Anglo-Saxon king Ethelred II, known to history as Ethelred the Unready, though unready is actually a mistranslation of an Old English word meaning poorly advised, rather than unprepared. Not that the distinction helped Ethelred much, he ended up fleeing to Normandy either way. Sweyn died shortly after his conquest, but his son Nut, sometimes spelled Canute, completed the takeover. By 1016, Nut was King of England, and he would eventually rule a North Sea empire that included Denmark, Norway and parts of Sweden as well. For about 2 decades, England was part of a Scandinavian superstate, which must have been disorienting for the Anglo-Saxon population. One day you're subjects of an English king, the next you're part of a Viking empire stretching from Greenland to the Baltic. Nut turned out to be a reasonably competent ruler of England, at least by medieval standards. He maintained English laws and customs, patronised English churches, and generally tried to present himself as a legitimate English king rather than a foreign conqueror. He married Emma of Normandy, who had previously been married to Ethelred the Unready. Yes, she married both the king who fled and the king who chased him out, which shows a certain pragmatic flexibility in her matrimonial choices. This marriage connected the English throne to Normandy in ways that would matter later. Emma was the sister of Duke Richard II of Normandy, which made her Norman relatives interested parties in English succession disputes. When you married into Emma's family, you were acquiring connections across the Channel whether you wanted them or not. Nut died in 1035, the same year, coincidentally, that William's father Robert died while on pilgrimage. The Danish Empire immediately began to fall apart. Nut's sons proved to be considerably less capable than their father, which was a common problem with medieval empires built on personal charisma. Harold Harefoot, Nut's son by a previous relationship, became King of England, while Harthacnut, Nut's son by Emma, inherited Denmark. The two brothers eyed each other suspiciously across the North Sea, each probably hoping the other would die and simplify the inheritance situation. Harold Harefoot obligingly died in 1040, leaving Harthacnut as King of England as well as Denmark. Harthacnut lasted only 2 years before he collapsed at a wedding feast and died, possibly from drinking too much, possibly from a stroke, possibly from poison depending on how conspiratorial you're feeling. Either way, he was dead at around age 24, unmarried and without children. This left the English throne vacant, and the succession was suddenly wide open. The Danish royal line had essentially extinguished itself in England. Who should be the next king? The answer, surprisingly, was an Anglo-Saxon. The old Wessex dynasty that Sween and Nut had displaced hadn't entirely disappeared. Ethelred the Unready had produced sons before his death, and one of them, Edward, had been living in exile in Normandy for most of his life. Edward was now in his late 30s, had survived decades of political irrelevance, and suddenly found himself the most legitimate claimant to the English throne. Edward became king in 1042, and he would rule England for the next 24 years. History knows him as Edward the Confessor, a title reflecting his reputation for piety that would later get him declared a saint. He was a strange king for a violent age, more interested in church building than in warfare, apparently more comfortable speaking Norman French than Old English, having spent his formative years at the Norman court rather than in England. And here's where William enters the picture. Edward had grown up in Normandy. He knew the Norman dukes personally. He was related to them through his mother Emma. When he became King of England, he brought Norman advisors, Norman churchmen and Norman attitudes with him. The English nobility, which had just spent 20 years being ruled by Danes, now found themselves being governed by a king who seemed more Norman than English. This caused tension, a lot of tension. The most powerful English noble family, the Godwinsons, clashed repeatedly with Edward's Norman favourites. Earl Godwin of Wessex was essentially the second most powerful man in England, and he didn't appreciate being sidelined by foreign courtiers who barely spoke the language. The conflict came to a head in 1051, when a violent incident in Dover involving Normans led to a political crisis. Edward demanded that Godwin punish the people of Dover for the violence. Godwin refused, seeing it as unreasonable and probably as an attempt to humiliate him. The situation escalated until Godwin and his sons were forced into exile, temporarily as it turned out since they came back with an army the next year, and forced Edward to reconcile with them. But during that brief period of Godwin's exile in 1051, something crucial allegedly happened. According to Norman sources, Edward promised the throne of England to William of Normandy. This is the claim that would later justify the Norman conquest. William didn't invade England as a random act of aggression, the story goes. He invaded to claim an inheritance that was rightfully his. Edward, lacking children and grateful for Norman hospitality during his own exile, had designated his young relative William as his heir. The English throne was promised to William by the legitimate king, and anyone who challenged this was defying not just William but the established succession. Now, whether this actually happened is a matter of considerable historical debate. The Norman sources that record this promise were all written after 1066, when the Normans had excellent motivation to present their conquest as legally justified. Edward left no written document confirming such a promise. No English source from before the conquest mentions it. The whole thing might have been invented after the fact to provide legal cover for what was essentially a military seizure. On the other hand, it's not implausible. Edward did have Norman sympathies and Norman connections. He did lack obvious heirs. His marriage to Edith, daughter of Earl Godwin, produced no children, possibly because Edward was genuinely devoted to celibacy, or possibly because he just really didn't like his Godwinson in-laws. Designating a foreign relative as heir wouldn't have been unprecedented. Medieval successions often jumped across borders when domestic options were unavailable. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Edward may well have made some vague indication of favour toward William during the 1051 crisis, when he was angry at the Godwinsons and surrounded by Norman advisers who would have encouraged such a gesture. But whether this amounted to a formal binding promise of succession is another question entirely. Medieval kingship didn't work like modern constitutional monarchy. There wasn't a clear legal process for designating heirs. A king could indicate his preference, but the actual succession often depended on who had the most support among the nobility at the moment of transition. What matters for our story is that William believed, or at least claimed to believe, that he had been promised the English throne. This belief would shape his actions for the next 15 years. He wasn't just some ambitious warlord looking to expand his territory, he was a wronged heir fighting to claim what was rightfully his. At least, that was the narrative, and William stuck to it with absolute consistency. The situation in England remained complicated throughout the 1050s and 1060s. The Godwinsons returned from exile and restored their power, eventually becoming even more dominant than before. Earl Godwin died in 1053, allegedly choking on a piece of bread, which later generations interpreted as divine punishment for various sins depending on their political sympathies, but his sons continued the family's rise. The most important of these sons was Harold Godwinson, who became Earl of Wessex and effectively the most powerful nobleman in England. Harold was everything William was not. Where William was the product of a single violent kingdom, Harold moved easily through the complex world of English politics. Where William had clawed his way to power through military force, Harold had inherited a political machine built by his father and refined it through diplomacy and alliance building. Where William was a foreigner with a contested claim, Harold was English to his bones, connected to every major noble family in the kingdom through blood or marriage. Edward the Confessor grew old. He spent increasing amounts of time on his greatest project, the construction of Westminster Abbey, which he intended as his burial place and as a monument to his piety. The question of succession hung over the kingdom like a storm cloud that everyone could see, but nobody wanted to discuss directly. Edward had no children. He had allegedly promised the throne to William. But Harold Godwinson was right there, immensely powerful, immensely popular, and immensely interested in not seeing a Norman duke take over England. Into this tension came an event that would prove decisive: Harold's visit to Normandy. This happened sometime around 1064 or 1065, the exact date is disputed, and the circumstances are murky. Norman sources claim Harold was sent by Edward to confirm the promise of succession to William. English sources suggest Harold was simply on a voyage that went wrong when storms drove his ship onto the French coast. Either way, Harold ended up in Normandy, in William's power. What happened next would provide William with his most powerful piece of propaganda. According to Norman accounts, Harold swore an oath to William, an oath to support William's claim to the English throne when Edward died. This oath was supposedly sworn on holy relics, making it not just a political promise but a sacred vow, whose violation would damn Harold's immortal soul. The Bew Tapestry depicts this scene dramatically: Harold with his hands on two reliquaries, swearing fealty to a seated William. Whether this image represents what actually happened or what the Normans wanted people to believe happened is open to question. Harold may have sworn such an oath under duress, knowing he was essentially a prisoner in a foreign country. He may have sworn something vaguer that the Normans later exaggerated. He may not have sworn anything significant at all, with the whole story being invented afterward. But from William's perspective, the oath was real and binding. When Edward the Confessor finally died in January 1066, and Harold immediately had himself crowned King of England, William saw this as a betrayal of the most serious kind. Harold had broken his sacred oath. He had stolen a throne that belonged to William. He had committed perjury before God and needed to be punished. Whether William genuinely believed this or simply found it a convenient justification for invasion is impossible to know. Probably both. Humans have an impressive ability to convince themselves that their self-interest aligns perfectly with moral righteousness. What's certain is that William immediately began preparing for war. He would cross the Channel, defeat Harold, and claim the throne that was rightfully his. The legal arguments William marshalled were sophisticated for their time. He wasn't just a warlord grabbing territory, he was a wronged heir seeking justice. He had been promised the throne by the legitimate king. That promise had been confirmed by Harold's own oath. Harold's coronation was therefore illegal, a usurpation that violated both secular and sacred law. William was coming to England not as an invader but as the true king, come to claim his inheritance. This framing mattered enormously. It helped William secure papal approval for his invasion. Pope Alexander II allegedly sent a banner blessing the enterprise, though the evidence for this is contested. It helped him recruit soldiers from across Europe who might have hesitated to join a simple conquest, but were happy to participate in a holy war against an oath-breaker. It gave the whole enterprise a veneer of legitimacy that pure military aggression would have lacked. The English naturally saw things differently. From their perspective, Edward's deathbed designation of Harold as his successor was what mattered, and there's some evidence that Edward did indicate Harold should be king as he was dying, though the Norman sources naturally dispute this. The English Council of Nobles, the Witan, had acclaimed Harold as king in the traditional manner. Whatever promises may or may not have been made to William years earlier, the English political establishment had chosen their king through their established processes. Two completely different legal frameworks, each internally coherent, reaching opposite conclusions. This is often how medieval succession disputes worked. There was no Supreme Court to adjudicate competing claims, no clear constitutional text to consult, no international body that could issue binding rulings. The medieval political system was essentially a collection of armed men with competing interests, held together by personal relationships, religious obligations, and the ever-present threat of violence. When those relationships broke down and those obligations were disputed, the only remaining arbiter was the sword. Modern people sometimes imagine that medieval politics operated according to clear rules that everyone understood and followed. The reality was messier. Succession laws varied from kingdom to kingdom and sometimes from case to case. Promises made by one king didn't necessarily bind his successors. Oaths sworn under duress might or might not be considered valid. The church had its opinions, but those opinions could be bought or negotiated. In the end, there was just power, and whoever could seize and hold the throne got to write the history afterward. William intended to be the one writing that history. His entire adult life had prepared him for exactly this kind of challenge. The childhood survival, the Normandy campaigns, the fortress building, the knight training, it all pointed toward this moment. He had spent years building the most effective military machine in Western Europe, and now he had a target worthy of its capabilities. The bastard Duke of Normandy was about to become a king, or die trying. There wasn't really a third option. As the year 1066 began, both sides understood that conflict was inevitable. Harold fortified the southern coast, watching for Norman sails. William gathered his forces, built his ships, and waited for favourable winds. The two men who would decide England's fate had never met in battle, but they knew each other well, too well, if the oath story is true. They understood the stakes perfectly. Only one of them would still be alive by Christmas. But before we get to the invasion itself, it's worth pausing to appreciate just how improbable William's position was. A bastard son of a minor French duchy was preparing to invade one of the wealthiest kingdoms in Europe, ruled by an experienced warrior with a larger army, and the advantage of fighting on home territory. By any reasonable assessment, William should have lost. Harold should have thrown the Normans back into the sea and spent the rest of his reign as a celebrated defender of English independence. That's not what happened. And understanding why requires understanding just how thoroughly William had prepared for this moment. Not just militarily, but psychologically. He wasn't gambling on luck or hoping for the best. He was executing a plan that he had spent his entire life developing, using techniques that the Normans had refined over generations. The conquest of England would be the culmination of everything Norman culture had built. The Viking aggression channeled through French sophistication, the castle building and cavalry tactics perfected through decades of warfare, the propaganda skills that could turn naked aggression into righteous cause, the administrative efficiency that could consolidate a conquest instead of letting it slip away. Harold was about to face not just a man but a system, and that system was very, very good at what it did. The countdown to Hastings had begun. 2 kings, one crowned, one claiming, prepared for the confrontation that would determine England's future. Both were capable leaders. Both had legitimate arguments for their positions. Both were willing to risk everything on the outcome. Only one of them had spent his entire childhood learning that mercy was weakness, and that half measures got you killed. That made all the difference. Let's talk about the oath. Because everything that followed, the invasion, the conquest, the complete transformation of English society, was justified by one ceremony that lasted probably less than an hour and happened in a Norman castle sometime around 1064. An oath sworn on holy relics, witnessed by Norman nobles and disputed by historians ever since. This single event gave William his casus belli, his moral justification, his propaganda victory. Without the oath, the Norman conquest would have looked like naked aggression. With it, William could claim he was simply enforcing a sacred promise that Harold had broken. So what actually happened? Let's piece together what we know, what we think we know, and what the Normans really wanted us to believe. The story begins with Harold Godwinson crossing the English Channel, though exactly why he crossed it depends on who you ask. Norman sources insist that King Edward sent Harold to Normandy specifically to confirm William as his heir. This would make sense from the Norman perspective. It shows Edward actively working to ensure William's succession, and Harold knowingly participating in that process. English sources, writing after the conquest and therefore somewhat constrained in what they could say, suggest Harold was simply on a sea voyage that went wrong. A storm blew his ship off course and deposited him on the French coast, where he fell into the hands of Guy of Ponthieu, a local count with a habit of ransoming wealthy shipwreck victims. The storm story might sound like a convenient excuse invented after the fact, but medieval channel crossings really were that unpredictable. The English Channel is only about 20 miles wide at its narrowest point, but it's a notoriously treacherous stretch of water. Tides, currents, and sudden storms made navigation genuinely dangerous. Plenty of medieval voyages ended up somewhere completely different from their intended destination. Harold landing in Ponthieu instead of wherever he was actually going isn't implausible at all. What happened next isn't disputed. Guy of Ponthieu grabbed Harold and held him for ransom, which was standard practice for medieval nobles who stumbled into your territory. A high-ranking English earl would fetch a substantial price, but William intervened. He demanded that Guy hand Harold over, and Guy, recognising that arguing with the Duke of Normandy was hazardous to one's health, complied. Harold was transferred from Guy's custody to William's. Was Harold now a guest or a prisoner? The Norman sources present this as a rescue, William liberating Harold from the greedy Count Guy and treating him with appropriate honour. But there's a fine line between hospitality and house arrest when you're a foreign noble in someone else's territory, with no army and no obvious way to leave. Harold was dependent on William's goodwill to get home safely. That's a vulnerable position, and both men knew it. William apparently treated Harold well during his stay in Normandy. He took Harold on a military campaign against Brittany, where Harold distinguished himself in combat and allegedly saved some Norman soldiers from quicksand. The Bayeux Tapestry depicts this episode with some enthusiasm, showing Harold as a brave and capable warrior. William even knighted Harold according to some sources, which would have been a significant honour and also a subtle way of establishing a relationship of obligation. All of this was building towards something. William wasn't entertaining Harold out of pure hospitality, he was setting up the main event. At some point during Harold's stay, the exact timing varies by source, William arranged a formal ceremony at which Harold would swear an oath. The ceremony took place at either Bonneville-sur-Touques or Bayeux, depending on which chronicle you consult. Harold was asked to swear allegiance to William, and to support William's claim to the English throne when Edward died. According to Norman accounts, Harold agreed. He placed his hands on holy relics, the bones of saints, the most sacred objects in medieval Christianity, and swore the oath while Norman nobles watched as witnesses. And then, according to some versions of the story, William pulled a particularly nasty trick. After Harold had sworn the oath, William revealed that the relics Harold had sworn upon were far more numerous and significant than Harold had realised. The chest or altar Harold had touched actually contained a vast collection of sacred bones, making his oath even more binding and its violation even more damning. Harold turned pale when he saw what he had really sworn upon. He understood that breaking this oath would mean not just political betrayal but spiritual catastrophe. This detail might be embellishment. Medieval chroniclers loved dramatic irony, but it captures something important about how the Normans wanted the story understood. Harold didn't just make a political promise, he bound his immortal soul. When he later took the English throne instead of supporting William, he wasn't just being ambitious, he was committing a sin that would damn him for eternity. The oath made William's invasion not just legally justified, but religiously sanctioned. Harold was an oath-breaker, and oath-breakers deserved whatever they got. But here's the question that historians have debated ever since. Was the oath given freely? Consider Harold's situation. He was in a foreign country, surrounded by potential enemies, with no army and no obvious means of escape. William controlled whether and when he could leave Normandy. If Harold refused to swear the oath, what would happen? Would William simply shrug and let him go home? Or would Harold find his visit unexpectedly extended, perhaps indefinitely? Medieval oaths were supposed to be voluntary to be binding. An oath extracted under duress, under threat of violence or imprisonment, could theoretically be repudiated later. The Church recognized that people sometimes swore things they didn't mean because they had no other choice. If Harold swore William's oath only because the alternative was never seeing England again, he might have felt justified in ignoring it once he was safely home. The Norman sources naturally insist Harold swore freely and enthusiastically. The English sources, writing under Norman rule and therefore constrained in what they could say directly, are more ambiguous. Later English tradition would emphasize the coercive circumstances, arguing that Harold was essentially a prisoner who said whatever he needed to say to escape. Neither side is exactly unbiased. What we can say is that Harold's behaviour after returning to England doesn't suggest he considered himself bound by the oath. He didn't act like a man preparing to support William's succession. Instead, he continued building his power base, consolidating his position as the dominant English nobleman, and positioning himself as the obvious candidate for the throne when Edward died. If he felt any spiritual anxiety about his Norman promises, it didn't show in his political actions. Edward the Confessor finally died on January 5, 1066, after completing his beloved Westminster Abbey, just in time to be buried in it. The circumstances of his final hours would later be disputed. Norman sources claimed Edward confirmed William as his heir even on his deathbed. English sources claimed Edward designated Harold. Given that both sides had strong incentives to interpret deathbed mumbles in their favour, the truth is probably lost forever. What's certain is that Harold moved fast. The very next day, January 6th, he had himself crowned King of England in the newly consecrated Westminster Abbey. The speed was remarkable. Medieval coronations usually involved more preparation, but Harold apparently felt that establishing facts on the ground mattered more than ceremony. Once he was anointed king, his position would be much harder to challenge. Anyone opposing him would be opposing not just Harold Godwinson, but Harold the crowned and consecrated King of England. When news reached Normandy, William was reportedly furious. His claim had been stolen, his oath had been broken. His carefully prepared succession plan had been sabotaged by the very man who had sworn to support it. Whether William's anger was genuine or theatrical, probably both, he immediately began planning his response. What followed was one of the most ambitious military operations of the medieval period. William decided to invade England, defeat Harold, and take the throne by force. This sounds straightforward when you say it quickly, but the practical challenges were enormous. William needed to transport an army across the English Channel, a crossing that had defeated or discouraged plenty of would-be invaders before, and then defeat the English forces on their home ground. The logistics alone would have been daunting for a modern military. For an 11th century duchy, they were almost unimaginable. Let's start with the numbers. William needed to transport somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men across the Channel. The exact figure is disputed because medieval sources aren't great at accurate headcounts, but even the lower estimates represent a massive undertaking. These weren't just soldiers. They were cavalry with horses, archers with equipment, infantry with weapons and supplies. You couldn't just row this many people across in fishing boats. You needed a fleet. Normandy didn't have a fleet. not one capable of transporting an invasion army anyway. The Normans were descended from Vikings, but they'd spent the last century and a half becoming French landlords rather than maintaining their seafaring traditions. William would need to build his invasion fleet essentially from scratch, and build it he did. The chronicles describe a massive shipbuilding program that consumed the forests of Normandy. Hundreds of vessels were constructed in a matter of months, transport ships capable of carrying horses, supply ships loaded with provisions, warships to protect the convoy. The Bayeux Tapestry depicts the shipbuilding process in loving detail, trees being felled, planks being shaped, hulls being assembled. It was an industrial undertaking on a scale that medieval Europe rarely attempted. The shipbuilding alone represented an enormous investment of resources. Wood had to be sourced, seasoned where possible, and worked by skilled carpenters. Rope had to be woven, sails had to be sewn, anchors had to be forged. All of this required coordination across multiple industries and geographic regions. William essentially militarized the Norman economy for several months, redirecting craftsmen, raw materials, and labor toward the single goal of building an invasion fleet. Modern estimates suggest the fleet numbered somewhere between 700 and 1,000 vessels when it finally sailed. Not all of these were purpose-built invasion craft. Some were commandeered fishing boats and merchant vessels pressed into service. But even accounting for requisitioned ships, the scale of new construction was remarkable. William created a navy where none had existed before, and he did it in less than a year. William also needed horses, lots of horses. The Norman cavalry was his main military advantage, those heavy-mounted knights who could shatter infantry formations with their charges. But horses don't transport themselves. Each horse needed space on a ship, fodder for the journey, and handlers to keep them calm during a sea crossing. Medieval horses weren't used to boats. Getting them onto ships and keeping them there without panicking was a genuine challenge. Some estimates suggest William transported over 2,000 horses across the Channel, which would have required dozens of specially designed vessels. Then there were supplies. An army of 10,000 men consumes an enormous amount of food and water every day. You couldn't count on foraging in enemy territory, especially immediately after landing when you'd need to establish a beachhead before going shopping. William had to bring enough provisions to sustain his forces until they could start extracting resources from the English countryside. This meant more ships, more logistics, more planning. And where would all these ships, men, horses and supplies gather? William assembled his invasion force at the mouth of the River Dives in Normandy, later moving to Saint-Valery-sur-Somme for the final staging. These assembly points needed to accommodate thousands of troops, provide fresh water and sanitation, and offer suitable beaches for loading the fleet. They needed security against potential English raids. They needed organisation to prevent the kind of chaos that could doom the invasion before it started. The scale of coordination required was genuinely impressive. William was running what amounted to a complex project management operation in an era without spreadsheets, telecommunications, or reliable postal services. Everything had to be communicated by messenger, organised by personal relationships, and executed through a feudal system that wasn't really designed for this kind of centralised command. The fact that it worked at all speaks to William's organisational abilities and the loyalty he had cultivated among his Norman vassals. But William wasn't just relying on Norman resources. He recruited mercenaries and adventurers from across Europe. Bretons, Flemings, men from Maine and Aquitaine, even some Normans from southern Italy where an earlier generation of Norman adventurers had carved out kingdoms. The promise of English land and plunder attracted warriors who had no particular loyalty to William, but plenty of interest in what he was offering. This polyglot army would need careful management to prevent it from falling apart into factional squabbles. William also worked the diplomatic angles. He sent envoys to Pope Alexander II, presenting his case for the invasion as a righteous cause. Harold was an oath-breaker. The English church was corrupt and needed reform. William would bring proper order to a kingdom that had fallen into spiritual decay. The Pope apparently bought it, or at least found William's arguments sufficiently persuasive to offer papal blessing for the enterprise. According to Norman sources, Alexander sent a papal banner to fly over William's army, signalling divine approval for the conquest. This papal endorsement mattered enormously. It transformed William's invasion from a territorial grab into something approaching a holy war. Soldiers fighting under the papal banner were fighting for God, not just for plunder. Their cause was righteous, Their enemies were sinners, and death in battle might even count as martyrdom. This kind of ideological motivation helped hold the army together during the long weeks of waiting and would sustain morale during the campaign itself. The propaganda value extended beyond the immediate military campaign. When William later faced resistance from English bishops and nobles, he could point to the papal banner as proof that his rule had divine sanction. Opposition to William wasn't just politically risky, it was spiritually dangerous. The Church was supposed to support the crowned and anointed king, and the Pope had made clear which claimant to the English throne enjoyed his blessing. By late summer 1066, William was ready. His fleet was assembled, his army was gathered, his supplies were loaded, and his justifications were prepared. All he needed was favourable winds to carry him across the Channel. The winds didn't cooperate. For weeks, William's army sat at the coast waiting for weather that would allow them to sail. This was potentially disastrous. Every day of delay consumed supplies that couldn't be easily replaced. Every day of inactivity gave soldiers time to reconsider whether this invasion was really a good idea. Every day increased the chances of disease spreading through the crowded encampment. Medieval armies were notoriously prone to epidemic illnesses, and a month of waiting could devastate your forces before you ever saw the enemy. William held things together through a combination of discipline, religious ceremony, and probably sheer force of personality. He staged processions, displayed holy relics, reminded his troops of the righteous cause they served. He may have stretched out the waiting period by moving his force to Saint-Valery-sur-Somme, which provided a shorter crossing route and better winds, but required relocating thousands of men and hundreds of ships along the coast. Meanwhile, Harold was having problems of his own. He had assembled an English army on the southern coast, watching for Norman sails, but medieval armies couldn't stay mobilized indefinitely. By early September, his troops' provisions were running low, and the campaigning season was theoretically ending. Harold had to let many of his soldiers return home to bring in the harvest. The standing English defence was weakened at precisely the wrong moment, and then came the news from the north. Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, had launched his own invasion of England. This was a completely separate threat. Hardrada had his own claim to the English throne based on old Danish-Norwegian agreements, and it demanded immediate response. Harold had to march north with whatever forces he could gather to deal with the Viking invasion, leaving the southern coast less defended than it had been. On September 25, 1066, Harold met Hardrada at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in Yorkshire. It was a decisive English victory. Hardrada was killed, his army was shattered, and the Norwegian threat was eliminated. Harold had proven himself a capable military commander, destroying one invasion force with impressive efficiency. But his army was exhausted and depleted from the northern campaign, and now, finally, the winds had changed. William sailed on September 27th or 28th, 1066. His fleet crossed the Channel overnight, arriving on the English coast near Pevensey on September 28th. The crossing itself was remarkably smooth. Those long-awaited favourable winds finally delivered, carrying the Norman fleet across in a single night without significant losses. This was fortunate. A storm during the crossing could have scattered or destroyed the invasion force, ending William's ambitions before they really began. The landing was unopposed. Harold's forces were still 300 miles away, recovering from their battle with the Vikings. William had achieved strategic surprise, not through clever planning but through lucky timing that placed his enemy at the opposite end of the country. The Normans immediately began securing their beachhead. They built a fortification at Pevensey, then moved to Hastings where they constructed another defensive position. These weren't elaborate castles, there wasn't time for that, but quick motte and bailey structures that could provide protection against counterattacks. William was applying the Norman playbook: land, fortify, establish a base of operations, then expand outward. He also began devastating the surrounding countryside. This wasn't random cruelty, it was calculated strategy. By burning farms and seizing livestock, William was doing two things. First, he was feeding his army from English resources, extending his operational capability beyond what his transported supplies would allow. Second, he was provoking Harold into a hasty response. The devastated areas were part of Harold's personal estates, lands attached to his earldom of Wessex. By ravaging them, William was personally insulting his rival and forcing him to respond quickly or lose face. Harold took the bait. Instead of waiting to gather a larger army, Instead of letting William's forces exhaust themselves or fall to disease, Harold force-marched his tired troops south at remarkable speed. He covered nearly 300 miles in about 2 weeks, an impressive logistical achievement, but one that left his army fatigued and incomplete. Many of his best soldiers were still straggling behind or hadn't yet answered the summons. This decision has been debated by military historians ever since. Some argue Harold had no choice. He couldn't allow William to ravage his personal estates indefinitely without losing face and political support. Others suggest Harold was overconfident after his victory at Stamford Bridge, convinced he could defeat any enemy through speed and aggression. Still others point out that Harold knew his army and knew his enemy. Perhaps he genuinely believed this was his best chance for victory. Whatever his reasoning, Harold committed to a rapid engagement rather than a patient defensive strategy. On October 13th, 1066, Harold arrived in the Hastings area and took up a defensive position on Senlac Hill, a ridge about 6 miles northwest of Hastings. It was a good position, high ground with flanks protected by marshy terrain. But Harold's army was tired, under strength, and about to face the most sophisticated military machine in Western Europe. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14th, 1066, would last all day, an unusually long engagement for medieval warfare. Most medieval battles were decided in hours or even minutes, as one side broke and fled before the other. Hastings dragged on from morning until evening, a grinding attritional struggle that exhausted both armies before finally ending in Norman victory. Harold's army fought on foot in the traditional Anglo-Saxon style. They formed a shield wall at the top of the ridge, a dense formation of overlapping shields presenting a nearly impenetrable barrier to frontal assault. This tactic had worked against the Vikings at Stamford Bridge and had a long history of success in English warfare. The shield wall was particularly effective on high ground, where attackers would be winded by the climb before reaching the defensive line. William's army was more diverse in composition. He had infantry, like the English, but he also had two capabilities Harold lacked: archers and heavy cavalry. The Norman archers could soften up the shield wall from a distance, forcing the defenders to keep their shields raised and limiting their ability to strike back. The Norman cavalry could deliver devastating charges that might break the English formation once it was weakened. In theory, this should have worked. In practice, the English shield wall proved remarkably resilient. William launched repeated attacks throughout the morning and early afternoon, sending his cavalry charging up the slope only to see them break against the English defences. The archers peppered the shield wall, but the English simply raised their shields and weathered the storm. Harold's men were tired, but they were disciplined, and they held their position with grim determination. At some point, the timing is disputed. The Norman forces on one wing broke and fled down the hill. This might have been a genuine rout, panic spreading through troops who had expected an easy victory and instead found themselves dying on an English ridge. Or it might have been a feigned retreat, a tactical manoeuvre designed to lure the English out of their defensive formation. The feigned retreat is one of the most famous tactics supposedly employed at Hastings. The idea is that Norman cavalry would pretend to flee, drawing overconfident English defenders down from their strong position to pursue them. Once the English were scattered across the open ground, the Normans would turn and cut them down. Some sources claim William used this tactic deliberately. Others suggest that actual routes were simply exploited opportunistically when English soldiers broke ranks to chase fleeing enemies. Whatever the nature of the retreat, it worked. Portions of the English shield wall pursued the fleeing Normans and were destroyed when the cavalry turned on them. The disciplined formation that had held all day began to develop gaps. The Normans pressed their advantage, finding weak points to exploit, cutting down isolated groups of English soldiers, gradually wearing away the defensive line. The turning point came late in the day, when Harold himself was killed. The exact circumstances of his death are disputed. The Bayeux tapestry famously shows a figure being struck in the eye by an arrow, though historians debate whether this figure is actually Harold. Other sources suggest he was cut down by Norman knights, who recognised his royal banner and charged specifically to kill the English king. Probably both accounts contain some truth, an arrow wound followed by a mounted assault on a wounded leader. With Harold dead, English resistance collapsed. The leaderless army broke and fled into the gathering darkness, pursued by Norman cavalry who cut down the fugitives without mercy. It was a complete and devastating victory for William. The English king was dead, his army was destroyed, and the road to London lay open. The English losses were catastrophic. Harold himself was dead, along with his brothers Gurth and Leofwine. The core of the English military aristocracy, the Thens and housecarls who had formed the professional backbone of Harold's army, had been killed or scattered. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was the decapitation of the English political class. The men who might have organised continued resistance were dead on Senlac Hill. William's victory came at a cost too. Norman casualties were significant, though we don't have reliable numbers. Many knights and soldiers who had crossed the Channel expecting easy plunder instead found themselves dead or wounded on an English ridge. The battle had been far harder than anticipated, and the Norman army that emerged from Hastings was weaker than the one that had landed at Pevensey. But winning one battle, even decisively, wasn't the same as conquering a kingdom. William had destroyed Harold's army, but England was a large country with other potential centres of resistance. Other nobles might raise new armies, the English church might rally opposition, London itself might close its gates and force a siege. The battle was over. The conquest had barely begun. William understood this. He didn't immediately march on London, but instead continued his systematic devastation of southeastern England. He was demonstrating to the English population what resistance would cost them. Town after town, village after village, the Normans made clear that opposing William meant having your home burned and your livestock seized. It was brutal, but it was effective. By the time William approached London, the city's will to resist had largely evaporated. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, the same church where Harold had been crowned less than a year before, the same church Edward the Confessor had built as his legacy. The coronation was supposed to be a triumphant moment, but it was marred by violence when Norman guards, hearing cheering from inside the abbey, assumed it was an attack and started burning nearby buildings. The new king was crowned amid flames and screaming, an appropriate symbol perhaps for the conquest that would follow. The coronation ceremony itself was carefully designed to emphasise legitimacy and continuity. William was anointed with holy oil, just as English kings had been for centuries. He swore the traditional coronation oath, promising to protect the church, maintain good laws, and rule with justice. He was acclaimed by the assembled nobles, though the acclamation now included Norman French alongside English, a linguistic shift that would prove permanent. None of this convinced everyone. Many English nobles stayed away from the ceremony, unwilling to acknowledge the foreign conqueror as their legitimate king. The regions outside southeastern England remained restive, and potential rival claimants to the throne were already gathering support. William's coronation gave him the title of king, but it didn't give him the obedience of a kingdom that had never asked for his rule. The bastard Duke of Normandy was now King of England. He had achieved what many thought impossible, crossing the Channel, defeating the English army, and seizing the throne of one of Europe's wealthiest kingdoms. The oath Harold had sworn, whether willing or not, had been avenged. The divine judgment of battle had confirmed William's claim, but William's work was far from finished. Winning the crown was one thing, keeping it was another. For the next 20 years he would face rebellions, invasions, and challenges that would test every skill he had developed during his brutal Norman apprenticeship. The conquest of England was complete in one sense. William had the throne, but in another sense it was only beginning. The real transformation of England, the systematic replacement of one ruling class with another, the construction of castles and cathedrals, the creation of new laws and institutions, all of that lay ahead. Hastings decided who would be king. The years that followed decided what kind of kingdom England would become. And William, the bastard who had survived assassination attempts as a child and fought his way to ducal power as a teenager, was exactly ruthless enough to see that transformation through to its brutal conclusion. He had gambled everything on this invasion, and he had won. Now he would make absolutely certain that no one could ever take his winnings away. The English had lost more than a battle. They had lost their independence, their ruling class, their language dominance, and their position in the European order. The world that emerged from Hastings would be fundamentally different from the world that existed before it. But the English didn't know that yet. In October 1066 they only knew that their king was dead, their army was scattered, and a foreign duke was marching toward London with fire and sword. Whatever came next, it wouldn't be pleasant. They were right about that, at least. Here's something most people get wrong about the Norman conquest. They think it ended at Hastings. One battle, one dead king, One coronation, and boom, England is Norman now. Roll credits. If only history were that tidy. The reality is that Hastings was just the beginning. What followed was 6 years of brutal, grinding warfare that would leave entire regions of England devastated, depopulated, and scarred for generations. The conquest wasn't a single dramatic battle. It was a prolonged campaign of suppression that makes Hastings look almost civilized by comparison. William may have been crowned on Christmas Day 1066, but most of England hadn't gotten the memo that they were supposed to submit to their new Norman overlord. The country was large, communications were slow, and the concept of central government was fuzzy enough that people in Yorkshire or Devon might reasonably wonder why a battle in Sussex should affect them. Harold was dead, sure, but Harold wasn't the only person who could lead resistance. There were other nobles, other potential claimants, other men with armies and ambitions. William had won the throne, now he had to actually hold it. The first year after Hastings was a continuous exercise in whack-a-mole medieval style. William would march to one region, accept the submission of the local nobles, build a castle to remind everyone who was in charge, and then move on to the next trouble spot, only to hear that the first region was rebelling again as soon as his back was turned. The English weren't beaten, they were just waiting for their moment. Part of the problem was that William couldn't be everywhere at once, and his Norman followers were spread thin across a large and hostile country. The Normans were outnumbered by the English population by a ratio that would make any occupying army nervous. If the English ever coordinated a general uprising, the Normans could be overwhelmed. William's strategy, therefore, was to prevent any such coordination by responding to each local rebellion with overwhelming force, crushing it so thoroughly that the neighbours would think twice before trying the same thing. This required a lot of marching. William and his armies crisscrossed England throughout 1067 and 1068, putting down revolts in Exeter, in the Welsh borderlands, in the Midlands. Each campaign followed a similar pattern. Rebels would rise, William would arrive with his cavalry. The rebels would either fight and lose or submit without fighting. William would confiscate their lands and build a castle, and then he would move on. It was exhausting work, but it was effective, at least temporarily. The castles were crucial. Every time William subdued a region, he left behind a fortification garrisoned by Norman soldiers. These weren't the grand stone castles that would come later. They were quick and dirty Motte and Bailey constructions, wooden towers on artificial mounds surrounded by palisades and ditches. They could be thrown up in a matter of weeks, and they served as permanent reminders of Norman power. A castle overlooking your town meant that any rebellion would have to deal with a fortified enemy position in their midst. It meant that Norman cavalry could ride out to punish troublemakers and then retreat to safety behind their walls. It meant that the conquest was physical, visible, inescapable. The construction process itself was a form of subjugation. Local English labourers were conscripted to build the very fortifications that would dominate them. They dug the ditches, piled up the earth for the motte, cut and hauled the timber for the palisades. It was exhausting, dangerous work, and it was unpaid. The English were literally building their own prisons under the watchful eyes of Norman overseers who would kill anyone who refused to cooperate. Not exactly a team-building exercise designed to foster goodwill between the conquering and conquered populations. The English hated these castles, naturally. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written by English monks who had to be careful what they said but couldn't entirely hide their feelings, records the construction of castle after castle with a tone of weary resignation. The castles often required the demolition of English homes to clear space for construction, a practical necessity that also served as a useful reminder of who had the power to demolish your house and who didn't. The landscape of England was being physically reshaped to accommodate Norman control, and there was nothing the English could do about it except watch and seethe. But seething eventually turns into action, especially when you have nothing left to lose, and by 1068 plenty of English nobles had reached that point. Their lands had been confiscated, their families had been displaced, their traditional positions had been given to Norman newcomers who couldn't even speak English properly. The initial shock of conquest was wearing off, replaced by cold fury at the new order that was being imposed on them. The northern regions of England were particularly restive. The north had always been somewhat separate from the south, different in culture, more influenced by Scandinavian settlement, less integrated into the administrative systems that the southern kingdoms had developed. Northern nobles had submitted to William after Hastings, but their submission was reluctant and conditional. They were waiting for an opportunity, and in 1068 they thought they had found one. Edgar Atheling was the opportunity. Edgar was the grandson of Edmund Ironside and the last male descendant of the old Wessex royal line. He had been a child in 1066, too young to contest the throne effectively, but by 1068 he was a teenager, and more importantly, he was a symbol. Anyone who wanted to rebel against William could rally around Edgar as the legitimate English king. Edgar himself may not have been a particularly capable leader, but he didn't need to be. He just needed to exist and let others fight in his name. Edgar fled to Scotland, where King Malcolm III was happy to shelter him. Malcolm had his own grievances against William, border disputes, competing claims, the usual medieval neighbourhood tensions, and supporting Edgar was a low-cost way to make trouble for the Norman regime. The Scottish court became a centre of English resistance, a place where exiled nobles could gather, plan and launch raids into northern England. In 1068, the northern earls rose in rebellion. Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria, who had submitted to William after Hastings, now threw off their allegiance and raised their forces against him. They were joined by other northern nobles, by Danish adventurers looking for plunder, and by ordinary English people who had simply had enough of Norman rule. For a moment, it looked like the conquest might be reversed. William responded with characteristic speed and brutality. He marched north, crushed the rebellion, and extended his castle-building program into territories that had previously been left largely autonomous. York received a Norman castle, or rather two Norman castles, because one apparently wasn't intimidating enough. The rebellious earls were pardoned, because William was still trying to incorporate English nobles into his regime rather than simply eliminating them all. But the pardon came with conditions, and the conditions involved accepting Norman oversight that the earls found deeply humiliating. The rebellion of 1068 was defeated, but the underlying grievances remained. The north was still angry, Edgar was still in Scotland, and the Danes were getting interested. Denmark had historical claims to England going back to Knut's empire, and the Danish King Sweyn II saw an opportunity to reassert those claims while England was in chaos. In 1069, a massive Danish fleet arrived on the English coast, over 200 ships carrying thousands of warriors ready to challenge Norman rule. The Danish invasion transformed the Northern Rebellion from a regional nuisance into an existential threat. Suddenly William wasn't just dealing with disgruntled English nobles, he was dealing with a professional Scandinavian army backed by a foreign king with a plausible claim to the throne. The Danes linked up with English rebels, captured York, massacred the Norman garrison, and proclaimed Edgar Atheling as the rightful king of England. For a few weeks in the autumn of 1069, it looked like the Norman conquest might actually fail. The capture of York was a catastrophe for Norman prestige. The city had been fortified, garrisoned, and supposedly secured. The Norman soldiers stationed there were supposed to be an unassailable presence, a permanent reminder that William controlled the north. Instead, they were slaughtered almost to the last man, their bodies left in the streets as a message to any Englishman thinking about collaboration. The two castles William had built to dominate York were burned. Everything William had accomplished in the north over the previous 2 years was erased in a matter of days. The news of York's fall spread rapidly through England, and everywhere it spread it raised hopes that the Norman tyranny might be ending. Rebellions that had been simmering suddenly boiled over. Men who had submitted to Norman rule suddenly remembered their patriotic sentiments. The whole country seemed poised to rise, and the Danes, fresh from their victory and flush with English allies, seemed capable of sweeping the Normans back across the Channel. William was in the south when news of the Danish invasion reached him. He had been dealing with rebellions in the West Country, because of course there were simultaneous rebellions in multiple regions, because nothing about this conquest was ever simple. He immediately marched north, gathering forces as he went, determined to crush this challenge before it could spread further. What followed was the campaign that would define William's legacy in the eyes of many historians, not the glorious victory at Hastings, but the systematic destruction of northern England known as the Harrying of the North. William reached York in late 1069 to find that the Danes had already withdrawn. They hadn't been defeated, they had simply taken their plunder and retreated to their ships, probably planning to return in the spring when the weather improved. The English rebels were still in the field, though, scattered across the northern counties and ready to resume resistance as soon as William's army moved on. William decided that he was done playing whack-a-mole. If the north kept rebelling every time his back was turned, He would make sure there was nothing left in the north to rebel with. He divided his army into multiple columns and sent them out across Yorkshire, Northumberland, Durham, and the surrounding regions with orders to destroy everything. Not to defeat the rebels, to destroy the land itself. The Normans burned villages. They slaughtered livestock. They destroyed stored grain and winter provisions. They broke ploughs and killed draft animals. They poisoned wells and salted fields. They demolished mills so grain couldn't be processed even if any remained. They killed anyone who resisted and terrorized those who didn't. They did everything possible to ensure that the population of northern England would not survive the coming winter. This wasn't warfare in any conventional sense. It was deliberate, calculated genocide through starvation. The scale of destruction was almost incomprehensible. The chronicler Orderic Vitalis, who was half English and wrote a generation after the events, described the harrying in terms that leave no doubt about its horror. He wrote that William made no effort to restrain his fury, and that the resulting famine killed over 100,000 people. Modern historians debate the exact numbers. Medieval chroniclers weren't great at accurate statistics, but even conservative estimates suggest tens of thousands of deaths from starvation and exposure in the winter of 1069 to 1070. Think about what that means. William didn't kill these people in battle. He didn't execute them for treason. He simply destroyed their ability to feed themselves and then left them to die. Men, women, children, the elderly, it didn't matter. If you lived in northern England in the winter of 1069, your chances of survival depended on whether the Normans had reached your village yet. If they had, you were probably going to starve, freeze, or die of disease in the chaos that followed. The Domesday Book, compiled 16 years later, still shows the effects of the harrying. Large areas of Yorkshire are recorded as waste, land that produced no tax revenue because there was no one left to work it. Villages that had been thriving communities in 1066 were empty ruins by 1086. The economic impact persisted for decades. Some regions didn't fully recover for over a century. William hadn't just defeated a rebellion, he had erased a substantial portion of England's population and productivity. Survivors of the harrying described scenes that wouldn't be out of place in a modern humanitarian disaster. People eating horses, dogs, cats, and eventually each other. Families selling themselves into slavery just to get food. Parents abandoning children they couldn't feed. Children watching parents starve to death. The roads were lined with corpses that no one had the strength to bury. Disease spread through the weakened population, adding pestilence to famine. Those who tried to flee south found that Norman forces blocked the roads, either deliberately to prevent refugees from spreading disorder, or simply as a side effect of military operations. Either way, the result was the same: people trapped in a killing zone with no way out. Even by medieval standards, this was considered excessive. Orderic Vitalis, who generally admired William and celebrated his achievements, couldn't bring himself to defend the harrying. He wrote that William would have to answer to God for the innocent blood he had shed, and he clearly believed that answer would not go well for the king. Other chroniclers were similarly troubled, though they were careful not to criticise too directly a dynasty that was still in power when they wrote. William himself seems to have had some awareness that he had gone too far. According to one account, he confessed to the harrying on his deathbed and expressed regret for the destruction he had caused. Whether this regret was genuine or merely prudent, dying kings were expected to confess their sins, and the harrying was an obvious candidate is impossible to know. What's certain is that William never showed any hesitation while the harrying was actually happening. He ordered the destruction, supervised portions of it personally, and continued it for months until he was satisfied that northern resistance was broken. And it worked. That's the grimly pragmatic truth of the situation. After the harrying, the North never rose against William again. The population that might have supported rebellion was dead or scattered. The resources that might have sustained an army were destroyed. The Danish allies, who might have returned in the spring, looked at the wasteland William had created and decided that there was nothing left worth fighting for. They accepted a massive payment from William to leave England and never came back. Edgar Atheling eventually made peace with William and lived out his days as a landless prince, a symbol without a cause. The northern earls who had led the rebellion were either dead, exiled, or reduced to powerless dependence on Norman goodwill. The English resistance movement, such as it was, essentially ended with the harrying. There would be minor rebellions afterward, but nothing that seriously threatened Norman control. William had proven something important with the harrying. He was willing to do absolutely anything to maintain his grip on England. There was no limit to the violence he would employ, no line he wouldn't cross, no humanitarian consideration that would stay his hand. This was a ruler operating entirely without moral restraint, guided only by strategic calculation. This wasn't a king who could be worn down by persistent resistance or embarrassed into moderation by atrocities. This was a king who would burn your country to the ground and salt the earth before he would let you take it from him. The English learned this lesson, and they learned it thoroughly. After 1070, significant armed resistance to Norman rule essentially ceased. People still grumbled, still resented their new overlords, still told stories about the good old days before the conquest. But they didn't rebel. The memory of what had happened in the north was too fresh, too terrible, too effective as a deterrent. William had purchased peace through terror, and the purchase held. But the harrying wasn't the only front in William's 6-year campaign of consolidation. While he was devastating the north, rebellions were flaring up elsewhere. Hereward the Wake, one of the few English resistance figures who became legendary, was leading a guerrilla campaign in the fenlands of East Anglia. Hereward operated from the Isle of Ely, a naturally fortified position surrounded by marshes that Norman cavalry couldn't easily penetrate. For several years he raided Norman positions, sheltered English refugees, and generally made himself a nuisance that William couldn't ignore. Hereward's rebellion was never a serious threat to Norman control. He didn't have the forces to challenge William's main army, but it was symbolically important. As long as Hereward held out, the English had a hero to celebrate, a living proof that resistance was possible. William couldn't tolerate that kind of symbol, so he eventually mounted a major campaign to root Hereward out of his Fenland refuge. The Fenlands themselves were a nightmare for conventional medieval armies. The marshes, meres, and waterways that crisscrossed the region made cavalry charges impossible, and even infantry movement treacherous. Norman knights in their heavy armour would sink into the bog before they could reach the English defenders. The locals knew which paths were safe and which would swallow a man whole. The Normans had to learn the hard way, often fatally. Hereward used this terrain advantage ruthlessly, ambushing Norman patrols and then disappearing into the mist before pursuit could be organised. The Siege of Ely in 1071 was a substantial military operation. William had to build causeways across the marshes to get his troops close enough to attack. According to legend, he even hired a witch to curse Hereward and his followers, though this detail might be later embellishment. Medieval chroniclers loved adding supernatural elements to their stories. Eventually the Norman forces broke through, the English defenders were killed or captured, and Hereward himself escaped into obscurity. Some say he was killed. Others say he made peace with William and was pardoned. Either way, his rebellion ended, and with it the last significant armed resistance to Norman rule. The Welsh borderlands also required attention. The Welsh princes hadn't exactly welcomed Norman expansion, and the border region was a constant source of raids, counter-raids, and low-level warfare. William established powerful earldoms along the Welsh frontier, the Marcher lordships, with extraordinary authority to wage war and maintain order without waiting for royal permission. These borderlands would remain violent and contested for centuries, but William at least established the framework within which the violence would operate. By 1072, the active conquest phase was essentially complete. William controlled all of England from the Scottish border to the English Channel, had devastated any region that showed signs of resistance, and had established a network of castles and loyal Norman lords that could maintain order without his personal presence. He could finally afford to spend time in Normandy, dealing with the continental threats and opportunities that demanded his attention. England was pacified, not happy, not reconciled, but pacified. The human cost of this pacification is difficult to calculate with any precision, but it was enormous. The harrying alone killed tens of thousands. The various sieges, battles, and punitive expeditions killed thousands more. The economic disruption caused by years of warfare, the displacement of populations, the destruction of productive capacity, all of this translated into deaths that never made it into the chronicles because they happened slowly, from hunger and disease and exposure rather than from sword wounds. And then there was the less dramatic but equally significant transformation of English society. By 1072, the Old English aristocracy had been almost entirely replaced by Norman newcomers. The earls and thegns who had dominated English politics before the conquest were dead, exiled, or reduced to insignificance. Their lands had been confiscated and redistributed to William's followers, creating an entirely new ruling class that owed everything to the conquest and nothing to English tradition. This wasn't just a change in personnel, it was a cultural revolution imposed at sword point. The new Norman lords didn't speak English, they spoke French. They didn't follow English customs, they followed Norman ones. They didn't worship in English-style churches, they built new Norman cathedrals with their own distinctive architecture. Everything about English elite culture was being systematically replaced, and there was nothing the English could do about it except adapt or suffer the consequences. The linguistic divide was particularly stark. For nearly 3 centuries after the conquest, the ruling class of England would speak French while the common people spoke English. Court proceedings were conducted in French, legal documents were written in French or Latin, and anyone who wanted to get ahead in Norman England had better learn French quickly. This linguistic apartheid eventually broke down, producing the strange hybrid language we speak today, a Germanic foundation overlaid with thousands of French words, particularly in areas like law, government, cuisine, and culture, where the Norman elite dominated. Even English names began to disappear. Before the conquest, English people had names like Ethelred, Wulfstan, Godgifu, and Leofric. Within a few generations, these traditional names were being replaced by Norman imports: William, Robert, Richard, Henry, Matilda, Alice. The old names survived in some rural areas, but gradually became marks of lower status. If you wanted to seem respectable in Norman England, you needed a Norman name. The conquest reached even into how people identified themselves. The English peasantry, who made up the vast majority of the population, experienced the conquest differently. They weren't killed or exiled, someone had to work the land after all, but they found themselves under new masters who were harsher and more demanding than the old ones. The Norman lords squeezed more labour and more rent out of their English tenants, viewing them not as fellow countrymen deserving of consideration, but as conquered subjects to be exploited. The legal status of many peasants declined. People who'd been relatively free under the old system found themselves reclassified as serfs under the new one. The conquest also brought the castle into English life in a way that hadn't existed before. Anglo-Saxon England had fortifications, but nothing like the systematic castle-building program that the Normans implemented. Within 20 years of Hastings, England was dotted with hundreds of Norman castles, each one a symbol of occupation and a tool of control. The castle overlooking your village wasn't just a military installation, it was a daily reminder that you lived under foreign rule, that your new masters could strike at you whenever they chose, and that resistance was futile. The psychological impact of all this is impossible to measure but must have been profound. Imagine living through the conquest, watching foreign soldiers march through your village, learning that your local lord had been killed or dispossessed, seeing a castle go up on the hill where you used to graze your cattle, and gradually realizing that nothing would ever go back to the way it was. The world you knew was over, replaced by a new order in which you and everyone like you occupied the bottom of the hierarchy. The trauma passed down through generations. English mothers would frighten misbehaving children with stories of Norman cruelty. English villagers would gather in secret to tell tales of the old days before the foreigners came. A sense of defeated nostalgia permeated English culture for generations, the feeling that a golden age had ended and a time of oppression had begun. This wasn't entirely accurate. Anglo-Saxon England had plenty of problems of its own. But collective memory tends towards simplification, and the conquest gave the English a clear before and after that defined their sense of themselves as a conquered people. The church, too, was transformed by the conquest. Norman bishops replaced English ones, Norman abbots took over English monasteries, and Norman architectural styles replaced the older English traditions. The great cathedrals that would come to define medieval English Christianity, Durham, Norwich, Canterbury rebuilt, were Norman constructions, built to Norman designs, staffed by Norman clergy. Even in their prayers, the English found themselves confronted with foreign domination. Some English people collaborated with the new regime, finding ways to make themselves useful to Norman masters and carving out positions in the new order. Others withdrew into sullen resentment, doing what they were required to do but nothing more. Still others, a small minority, tried to resist and were crushed. There was no good option, really. The conquest was complete, the old order was destroyed, and everyone had to find their way forward in a world they hadn't chosen. William, for his part, seems to have felt no particular guilt about any of this until perhaps his final hours. He was a conqueror, and conquerors conquered. If the conquest required killing people, destroying livelihoods, and terrorizing populations into submission, then that was simply what conquest required. William had been fighting for survival since childhood. Mercy was not a luxury he had ever been able to afford, and he wasn't about to start now. The chroniclers who wrote during and after his reign generally portrayed William as harsh but just, a stern king who demanded obedience but rewarded loyalty and maintained order. This was partly genuine assessment and partly necessary caution. You didn't criticize the ruling dynasty if you wanted to keep writing. But even accounting for bias, there's a consistent picture of a king who valued control above all else and would do whatever was necessary to maintain it. What's striking in retrospect is how thoroughly William succeeded. The Norman conquest could easily have failed. England was large, the Normans were few, and the logistics of maintaining control over a hostile population were daunting. Other conquests in history have collapsed after the initial victory, as conquerors found themselves unable to hold what they had taken. William held it. More than held it, he transformed it, remaking English society in the Norman image so completely that within a few generations the conquest was simply a fact of life, rather than a recent trauma. The England that emerged from the 6 Years of Blood was not the England that had existed before. It was something new, a fusion of English and Norman elements that would eventually become a distinct culture, neither purely English nor purely French. The language would evolve, the institutions would develop, and the trauma of conquest would fade into historical memory. But the foundation was laid in those terrible years between 1066 and 1072, when William proved that he would kill as many people as necessary to keep his crown. That's the real story of the Norman conquest, not the single dramatic day at Hastings, but the years of systematic violence that followed. The burning villages, the starving populations, the exiled nobles, the demolished homes, the endless castle building, the complete replacement of one ruling class with another. It was brutal, it was effective, and it shaped English history for the next 1,000 years. William the Conqueror earned his name not at Hastings, but in the charred villages of Yorkshire, the flooded fenlands of Ely, the garrison-studded borderlands of Wales. He conquered not through one glorious victory, but through 6 years of relentless, merciless consolidation. And when he was finished, England belonged to him so completely that no one would seriously challenge Norman rule for generations. The bastard had won. The price was paid by everyone else. But even conquered England needed to be governed, not just terrorized, and governing England would require tools that went beyond swords and castles. It would require information, comprehensive, detailed information about what exactly William now owned. That need for information would produce one of the most remarkable documents in medieval history, a comprehensive survey of England so thorough that people called it the Book of Judgment. We know it today as the Domesday Book, and it would reveal just how completely William had transformed the country he conquered. That systematic accounting of conquest, and what it tells us about Norman England, is where we'll turn next. The violence was over, now came the paperwork. The violence was over, now came the paperwork. But between the violence and the paperwork came something else, something that would reshape the physical landscape of England more dramatically than any battle or administrative reform. The Normans built castles, lots of castles, hundreds of castles. They built them so fast and in such numbers that within a generation you couldn't look across the English countryside without seeing one of these fortifications dominating the horizon. The castle revolution was arguably the most visible and lasting legacy of the Norman conquest, and it deserves its own chapter because, frankly, it was an extraordinary achievement of engineering, intimidation, and what we might today call aggressive urban planning. Now, England wasn't completely unfamiliar with fortifications before 1066. The Anglo-Saxons had burhs, fortified towns with defensive walls and organised street plans. They had royal halls protected by palisades. They had ancient hill forts that could be reoccupied in emergencies. What they didn't have was the castle in the Norman sense, a private fortification belonging to an individual lord, designed not just to defend a community but to dominate it. This distinction matters. A burh was a collective defence, the whole town sheltered behind the walls when raiders appeared. A castle was the opposite. It was designed to protect a small garrison of soldiers while allowing them to control the surrounding population. The people outside the castle weren't being protected. They were being watched, threatened, and reminded of who was in charge. The castle was a tool of oppression as much as defence, and the Normans understood this perfectly. William started building castles almost immediately after landing at Pevensey in September 1066. The Bayeux Tapestry shows Norman soldiers constructing a motte at Hastings, while they waited for Harold's army to arrive, combining invasion preparations with fortification in a way that speaks to Norman priorities and their almost obsessive focus on defensive infrastructure. They hadn't even fought the decisive battle yet, and they were already building structures to consolidate control over territory they didn't yet fully possess. This wasn't paranoia. It was prudent planning based on extensive experience. The Normans knew that winning battles was only part of conquest. Holding territory required permanent presence, and permanent presence required fortifications. The first generation of Norman castles in England were what historians call motte and bailey constructions. These weren't the grand stone castles you see in movies, those came later. Motte and bailey castles were essentially emergency fortifications that could be thrown up quickly using local materials and conscripted labour. The design was simple but effective. Dig a ditch, pile the excavated earth into a mound, the motte, build a wooden tower on top of the mound, and surround a larger enclosed area, the bailey, with a wooden palisade and another ditch. The whole thing could be constructed in a matter of weeks if you had enough workers and didn't care too much about their welfare. The motte was the key defensive feature. Even a modest mound, say 20 or 30 feet high, gave the defenders a significant advantage. Attackers had to climb the steep slope while being pelted with arrows, stones, and whatever else the garrison could throw at them. The wooden tower at the top provided a final refuge if the bailey fell, and it offered excellent visibility over the surrounding countryside. A handful of trained soldiers in a motte and bailey castle could hold off a much larger force of poorly equipped peasants, which was usually the point. The speed of construction was crucial during the conquest period. William couldn't wait years for proper stone fortifications. He needed defensive positions immediately, in hostile territory, with potential rebels all around him. Motte and bailey castles solved this problem elegantly, if not elegantly. They were the flat-pack furniture of medieval fortification, not elegant, not permanent, but functional and fast. A Norman lord arriving in his newly granted English estate could have a basic castle operational within a month, giving him somewhere to retreat if the locals turned hostile. The phrase home improvement project took on a rather different meaning when your life might depend on getting the walls up quickly, and the locals frequently did turn hostile, at least initially. The early years of Norman rule were characterised by constant low-level resistance, not the organised rebellions that required military campaigns to suppress, but the everyday hostility of a conquered population. Norman lords found their barns mysteriously catching fire, their livestock disappearing, their servants providing unreliable information about local conditions. Having a castle to sleep in made the difference between waking up to face another day of colonial administration and not waking up at all. The construction process itself was a form of conquest. Building a motte required moving enormous quantities of earth, thousands of cubic metres for even a modest example. This work was done by English labourers, conscripted from the surrounding population and forced to build the very structure that would dominate them. The symbolism was not subtle. You will literally construct your own oppression, and you will do it on our schedule, and you will not be paid. Medieval team building at its finest. The Domesday Book, that remarkable survey we'll discuss in the next chapter, records the destruction caused by castle construction in many English towns. Houses were demolished to clear space for the motte and bailey. In Lincoln, 166 houses were destroyed. In Norwich, 98. In York, one entire neighbourhood was flattened to make room for the castle complex. The residents were simply displaced, their homes knocked down, their property seized, their complaints ignored. This wasn't collateral damage, it was deliberate. The castle had to be in the town centre, visible from everywhere, impossible to ignore. If that meant destroying existing buildings, well, that was actually a bonus from the Norman perspective. Nothing says we're in charge now quite like demolishing your neighbourhood to build a fortress. By 1100, England had somewhere between 500 and 1,000 castles, depending on how you define and count the smaller fortifications. That's an astonishing density. Roughly one castle for every 200 square miles, though the distribution was uneven. Strategically important areas like the Welsh borderlands, the north, and the approaches to London had the highest concentrations. Some regions had castles every few miles, each one visible from the next, creating networks of mutual support that could respond to threats from any direction. This castle-building frenzy transformed the English landscape in ways that are still visible today. Many English towns still have their Norman castle at the centre, even if only ruins remain. The street patterns of medieval towns often reflect the presence of the castle. Roads curving around the bailey, markets established in the castle's shadow, churches positioned in relation to the fortress. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they physically reshaped it, imposing their vision of proper spatial organisation on a country that had organised itself very differently before they arrived. But wooden castles had significant limitations that became apparent over time. Wood burns, which is inconvenient when your enemies have figured out that fire is an effective siege weapon. Wood rots, requiring constant maintenance and eventual replacement. Wood doesn't impress visiting dignitaries the way stone does. And wood doesn't say, "I'm here permanently and there's nothing you can do about it," quite as emphatically as a massive stone tower that will still be standing centuries after everyone involved is dead. So the Normans started building in stone. Not immediately everywhere. Stone construction was expensive and time-consuming, but in key strategic locations where permanence and prestige mattered most. The transition from wood to stone happened gradually over several decades, with the most important castles getting stone upgrades first, while minor fortifications remained wooden. The Tower of London is probably the most famous example. William began construction of the White Tower, the central keep that gives the complex its name, around 1078, more than a decade after the conquest. The building took about 20 years to complete, which gives you some idea of how much more challenging stone construction was compared to throwing up a wooden motte. The White Tower was a statement of intent. This isn't a temporary occupation that might be reversed if circumstances change. This is permanent. This is forever. Get used to it. The stone for the tower came from Caen in Normandy, transported across the Channel at enormous expense because William wanted a specific type of pale limestone that would gleam white against the London sky. This wasn't just practical construction, it was political theatre. The king was literally importing Norman materials to build his English fortress, making clear that Normandy and England were now connected in ways that went beyond mere political union. The very stones of English royal power would be French. The architecture itself was designed to intimidate. The White Tower rises nearly 90 feet, dominating the London skyline in an era when most buildings were 1 or 2 stories. Its walls are 15 feet thick at the base, thick enough to resist any siege weapon then available, thick enough to make attacking it a suicidal proposition. The corners have projecting towers that allow defenders to shoot along the walls, eliminating blind spots where attackers might shelter. Every design decision reflected military logic and psychological warfare. Inside, the White Tower combined fortress and residence. There were apartments for the king and his household, a chapel, storage rooms, and a well to provide water during sieges. The message was clear. The king could live here indefinitely if necessary, self-sufficient behind walls that no rebel army could breach. This wasn't just a defensive position, it was a power projection platform, a physical manifestation of royal authority that could be seen from miles away. Rochester Castle, built in the 1080s and significantly upgraded in the following century, shows similar principles at work. Its great tower is over 100 feet tall, with walls 12 feet thick, positioned to control the vital crossing of the River Medway. Anyone travelling between London and the Channel ports had to pass under the shadow of Rochester Castle, a reminder that the Norman king controlled the arteries of English commerce and communication. The castle wasn't just defending a river crossing, it was asserting dominance over everyone who used that crossing. The Norman castle builders developed a distinctive architectural style that spread across England and eventually influenced castle design throughout Europe. The typical Norman keep was a rectangular stone tower, usually 3 or 4 stories high, with the entrance on the first floor rather than at ground level. This entrance design was defensive. Attackers couldn't simply batter down a door at ground level. They had to somehow reach the elevated doorway, usually via a wooden staircase or bridge that could be destroyed in an emergency, leaving them stuck outside the walls with no way in. The ground floor of a Norman keep typically contained storage rooms, supplies that would be needed during a siege, since you couldn't exactly pop out to the market when enemy forces surrounded you. Wine cellars, grain stores, salt fish, and preserved meat would be packed into these lower levels, enough to sustain the garrison for months if necessary. The first floor held the main hall where the lord conducted business, dispensed justice, and entertained guests. Upper floors contained private chambers and sometimes a chapel. The whole structure was designed to be self-contained, a miniature fortress within a fortress, the last refuge when everything else had fallen. The living conditions in these keeps, while safer than being outside during a siege, were hardly comfortable by any standard. The thick walls that provided protection also meant limited windows, keeping the interior perpetually gloomy. Heating came from fireplaces that struggled to warm the massive stone spaces, and even the lord's private chambers could be bitterly cold in winter. Good luck finding central heating or thermal underwear in this century. The sanitation facilities, garderobes, essentially stone toilets built into the walls, were functional but basic, emptying directly into the moat or a cesspit below. The castle was designed for survival, not comfort, though lords did their best to hang tapestries and furnish their quarters with whatever luxuries they could afford. Durham Castle, begun in 1072, shows how castles could combine military and ecclesiastical functions. William made the Bishop of Durham responsible for defending the northern frontier against Scottish incursions, giving him the powers and resources of a secular lord alongside his religious authority. The castle complex at Durham grew over centuries to include not just fortifications, but a palatial residence for the prince-bishops who ruled the region as semi-independent magnates. Church and state, sword and cross, all wrapped up in one architecturally impressive package. The Welsh borderlands, the Marches, saw some of the most intensive castle building anywhere in England. The Welsh princes were never fully conquered, and the border region remained a war zone for centuries after the Norman conquest. The Marcher lords who held these territories needed serious fortifications, and they built them with enthusiasm bordering on obsession. Chepstow Castle, started in 1067, was one of the earliest stone castles in Britain, begun almost immediately after the conquest when most other Norman lords were still building in wood. Its position on a cliff above the River Wye made it nearly impregnable from direct assault, and its stone walls announced that the Normans intended to hold this strategically vital crossing point indefinitely. Chepstow controlled access between England and South Wales. Whoever held it controlled movement in the entire region. Ludlow, Clun, Wigmore, Clifford. The marches bristled with castles, each one a node in a network of fortifications that could support each other during Welsh raids and project English power into Welsh territory during offensive campaigns. The Marcher lords had extraordinary independence. They could wage war, administer justice, and govern their territories with minimal royal oversight. This independence was possible because their castles made them essentially untouchable. A king who wanted to discipline a Marcher lord would have to besiege his castles one by one, a process that could take years and cost more than it was worth. Clifford Castle, mentioned in the chapter title, exemplifies the evolution of Marcher fortifications. Founded around 1070 as a wooden motte and bailey, it was gradually upgraded with stone walls, towers, and a keep over the following century. The castle controlled a crossing of the River Wye and guarded against Welsh incursions from the west. Its position was so strategically important that it remained garrisoned and maintained for centuries, passing through various noble families who each added their own modifications. Carisbrooke Castle on the Isle of Wight represents another variation on the Norman fortress theme. Built on the site of a Roman fort, the Normans had an eye for good real estate and frequently recycled Roman defensive positions. Carisbrooke dominated the island from its central location. The castle's shell keep, a circular stone wall built on top of the original motte, provided defence against seaborne raiders, while also serving as an administrative centre for the island. Centuries later, Charles I would be imprisoned here before his execution, a reminder that Norman castles found uses long after their original military purpose became obsolete. The castles served multiple functions beyond pure military defence. They were administrative centres where lords held court, collected taxes and dispensed justice. They were economic hubs where markets operated under the castle's protection, generating revenue for the lord through tolls and fees. They were social centres where the local elite gathered for feasts, tournaments, and the political networking that made medieval society function. The castle was the anchor of the feudal system, the physical location where all the threads of medieval life came together. Justice, in particular, was closely associated with castles. Many Norman castles included dedicated spaces for legal proceedings, halls where the lord or his representatives heard cases, judged disputes, and imposed sentences. The castle dungeon wasn't just a feature of Gothic horror novels, it was a real thing, a place where prisoners awaited trial or served sentences, reminded constantly by the stone walls around them of the power that had put them there. The association of justice with castles was so strong that the very word court, meaning a legal tribunal, derives from the enclosed space of a castle courtyard where such proceedings took place. The economic dimension of castle lordship was equally significant. Castles cost money to build, garrison, and maintain. That money had to come from somewhere, and it came from the surrounding countryside through rents, taxes, and feudal dues extracted from the local population. A castle's presence intensified economic exploitation. The lord needed revenue to sustain his fortress, and he had the military power to ensure that revenue kept flowing. Market rights, mill rights, bridge tolls, forest privileges, all these income streams were channeled through the castle, enriching its lord while reinforcing his authority. The architectural evolution continued throughout the medieval period. Later generations of castle builders developed increasingly sophisticated designs, concentric castles with multiple rings of walls, each higher than the one outside it so defenders could shoot over their comrades' heads. Round towers replaced rectangular ones, eliminating corners that attackers could undermine or shelter behind. Gatehouses became elaborate defensive structures in their own right, with murder holes, portcullises, and multiple doors that could trap attackers in killing zones. But the basic principle remained unchanged from William's time. The castle existed to project power. Whether it was a wooden motte thrown up in a few weeks or a magnificent stone fortress that took decades to complete, the castle served the same fundamental purpose. It told everyone who saw it that the Normans were here, that they intended to stay, and that resistance was futile. The psychological impact of these structures shouldn't be underestimated. Modern visitors to Norman castles often find them impressive, even beautiful. The weathered stone, the dramatic ruins, the sense of history. Tourist boards market them as romantic destinations, perfect for wedding photos and family outings. But imagine seeing one of these structures as an 11th century English peasant, someone whose grandparents had never seen anything like it, someone who might have been conscripted to help build this very tower that now loomed over their village. The sheer scale would have been overwhelming. The message would have been unmistakable. These foreigners can build things we cannot build. They have knowledge we do not have. They have resources we cannot match. Fighting them is pointless. This was architectural warfare, and it was devastatingly effective. The castles didn't just provide military advantage in case of rebellion, they prevented rebellion from ever seeming like a realistic option. Why would you rise against lords who could retreat behind walls you couldn't breach, who could shoot you down from towers you couldn't climb, who could outlast any siege you could mount? The calculation wasn't complicated. The castles made it obvious that resistance would fail, so most people never bothered to resist. The construction techniques the Normans used were advanced for their time, but would seem primitive by modern standards. Stone had to be quarried, transported, and shaped by hand. Mortar had to be mixed from lime, sand, and water, with the lime produced by burning limestone in kilns. Wooden scaffolding allowed workers to build upward, level by level, but a single mistake could bring the whole structure crashing down. Deaths during construction were common, and the work was brutally hard. Master masons, the architects and engineers of the medieval world, were highly valued professionals who could command premium wages and travel between projects across Europe. A skilled master mason understood geometry, materials science, and structural engineering at a level that allowed him to design buildings that would stand for centuries. These weren't primitive people throwing rocks on top of each other. They were sophisticated craftsmen working within a well-developed tradition of architectural knowledge. The workforce, however, was less skilled and far less voluntary. Castle construction required enormous amounts of unskilled labour, quarrying stone, hauling materials, mixing mortar, carrying loads up scaffolding. This work was done by conscripted English labourers, peasants forced to contribute their labour as part of their feudal obligations. They weren't paid, or if they were paid, it was subsistence wages barely enough to keep them alive during the construction period. The castles that dominate the English landscape were built on the backs of the conquered population, one more indignity added to the long list of indignities that came with Norman rule. The Normans also brought new techniques for fortification design. The concept of the chemise wall, a secondary wall surrounding the keep and providing an additional defensive layer, appeared in England for the first time. Shell keeps, circular stone walls built on top of existing moats, became popular as a way to upgrade wooden castles to stone without completely rebuilding them. Barbicans, outer gatehouses that extended the defensive perimeter beyond the main walls, added complexity to castle approaches. Each innovation made castles harder to capture. The basic siege techniques of the era, battering rams, siege towers, mining operations to collapse walls, became progressively less effective against well-designed fortifications. Mining was particularly feared. Attackers would dig tunnels beneath castle walls, shore them up with wooden props, then set fire to the props and collapse the tunnel, bringing down the wall section above. Defenders responded by building on solid rock where possible, or by digging their own countermines to intercept enemy tunnels. The underground war beneath castle walls could be as deadly as the fighting above ground, with miners from both sides fighting hand-to-hand in cramped, dark tunnels lit only by candles. Not exactly a glamorous way to earn your keep. Siege towers allowed attackers to fight on level terms with wall defenders, rolling mobile platforms up to the walls and disgorging soldiers directly onto the battlements. Defenders countered with Greek fire and boiling liquids poured down on anyone attempting to scale the walls. Crossbows gave defenders the ability to penetrate armour at ranges that made assault columns suicidal. The technological competition between offense and defense drove continuous innovation on both sides. Sieges dragged on for months or years, exhausting attackers who couldn't afford to maintain large armies in the field indefinitely. Many sieges ended not in dramatic assaults but in negotiated surrenders, with defenders holding out until their supplies ran low and then cutting the best deal they could. The castle made such negotiation possible by providing time to wait for relief forces, time to let the besieging army's morale crumble, time for circumstances to change. The ecclesiastical equivalent of the castle was the Norman cathedral and abbey church. The Normans rebuilt English religious architecture just as thoroughly as they rebuilt military architecture, replacing the smaller Anglo-Saxon churches with massive Romanesque structures that still dominate many English cities. Durham Cathedral, begun in 1093, represents the pinnacle of Norman ecclesiastical architecture, a building so impressive that it remains one of the finest examples of Romanesque design anywhere in Europe. These religious buildings served purposes similar to castles, though through different means. The cathedral demonstrated Norman power and sophistication, proving that the conquerors could build things grander than anything the English had achieved on their own. It provided employment for Norman clergy, extending cultural dominance into the spiritual realm, and it impressed the population with the might and majesty of an institution that fully supported Norman rule. The church blessed the conquest enriched the church, every one important one, which was really all that mattered to the people making decisions. The combination of military and ecclesiastical construction transformed England's entire built environment within a generation. Towns that had consisted mostly of simple wooden buildings in 1066 increasingly centred on impressive stone structures, castles and cathedrals that proclaimed Norman dominance in materials that would endure for centuries. The skyline of every significant English town was redefined by Norman architecture, and the psychological landscape shifted along with the physical one. By the time William died in 1087, the castle revolution was well underway but far from complete. His sons and successors would continue building, upgrading wooden structures to stone, adding new fortifications as circumstances required. The great age of castle building would continue for 2 centuries, producing the magnificent fortresses that tourists visit today. But the foundation was laid during the conquest itself, in those frantic years when Norman lords threw up motte and bailey castles across a hostile country and then gradually replaced them with permanent stone statements of power. The legacy of this building campaign shapes England to this day. Many English towns still organise themselves around their Norman castle, even when only fragments remain. The association of castles with royal and noble power became so deeply embedded in English culture that castles continued to be built, in increasingly palatial rather than military forms, well into the modern era. The English country house is in some sense a descendant of the Norman castle, a statement of power, a centre of local administration, a symbol of the owner's place in the social hierarchy. And in a broader sense, the Norman castle revolution demonstrated something important about the nature of conquest. Military victory matters, but it's not enough. To truly conquer a territory, You have to reshape its physical reality, impose your presence on its landscape, make your dominance visible and permanent. The Normans understood this instinctively. They didn't just defeat the English. They rebuilt England in their own image, castle by castle, cathedral by cathedral, until the conquered country looked like a Norman country, and the conquest was simply an accepted fact of life. The castles were, in the end, the most honest expression of what the Norman conquest was really about. Not some noble mission to reform English institutions or bring advanced civilization to a backward island. Just power, the ability to hurt people who opposed you, protect yourself from retaliation, and extract resources from a population that had no choice but to comply. The castles made all of this visible and permanent, written in stone that still stands nearly 1,000 years later. William had conquered England with swords and cavalry. He held it with castles. And his successors would use those castles, expanding them, improving them, building new ones, to maintain Norman dominance for generation after generation, until the very distinction between Norman and English began to dissolve and everyone forgot that things had ever been different. The stone sentinels still watch over England today, silent witnesses to a conquest that reshaped a nation. Most of them are ruins now, their military purpose long obsolete, their walls crumbling under the patient assault of time and weather. But they're still impressive, still imposing, still capable of inspiring that mixture of awe and unease that their builders intended. 1,000 years later, the Norman message still comes through. We were here, and we were not to be trifled with. But castles and cathedrals, for all their impressiveness, were just the visible manifestations of Norman power. Behind them lay something less dramatic but equally revolutionary, a systematic attempt to understand and document exactly what the Normans now possessed. That attempt produced one of the most remarkable administrative documents in medieval history, a comprehensive survey of England that would be called, with only slight exaggeration, the Book of Judgment. The Domesday Book awaits us next, and with it, a window into Norman England unlike anything else that survives from the medieval world. Castles and cathedrals were impressive, but the Normans understood something that many conquerors before and after them missed entirely. Controlling territory isn't enough. You also have to control the story. The physical conquest of England was complete by the early 1070s, but the narrative conquest, the battle for how people would remember and interpret what had happened, continued for decades, and the Normans were absolute masters at this game. They didn't just win the war, they won the peace, and then they won the history books. The version of events they created would dominate for centuries, and even today, when we talk about the Norman conquest, we're often unknowingly repeating Norman propaganda. This might sound cynical, but it's not really a criticism. Every powerful regime throughout history has tried to shape how people understand its rise to power. The Normans were just unusually good at it, combining visual art, monumental architecture, religious symbolism, and written chronicles into a comprehensive media campaign that would make a modern PR firm weep with professional admiration. They understood that legitimacy wasn't just about having power, it was about convincing people that you deserved to have power, and they threw everything they had at that project. Let's start with the most famous piece of Norman propaganda, the Bayeux Tapestry. If you've ever seen images of the Norman conquest, Harold with an arrow in his eye, William's ships crossing the Channel, the cavalry charges at Hastings, chances are good you're remembering scenes from this remarkable work of medieval art. It's become so iconic that we sometimes forget it wasn't created as a neutral historical document. It was created to tell a specific story from a specific perspective, and that perspective was very definitely Norman. The Bayeux Tapestry isn't actually a tapestry, it's an embroidery, a distinction that matters to textile historians but probably not to anyone else. The piece is enormous, about 230 feet long and 20 inches tall, depicting over 70 scenes from the events leading up to and including the Battle of Hastings. It's done in coloured wool on linen, with Latin captions explaining what's happening in each scene. The level of detail is extraordinary. Individual horses, specific weapons, facial expressions, even a cameo appearance by Halley's Comet, which was visible in 1066 and interpreted as an omen of disaster for Harold. You can identify different types of armour, see the construction techniques used for Norman ships, and count the dishes at Edward the Confessor's final feast. The embroiderers even included scenes of everyday life in the margins, farmers ploughing fields, hunters chasing animals, that provide invaluable information about 11th century material culture. It's simultaneously a propaganda piece and an ethnographic document, valuable to historians for reasons its creators never intended. Who created this masterpiece? The traditional attribution is to Queen Matilda herself, hence its old name, Queen Matilda's Tapestry. But modern historians are sceptical. The tapestry is too large and too professionally executed to have been a personal needlework project, even for a queen with a lot of time on her hands. More likely, it was commissioned by someone close to the Norman ruling circle, and produced by a workshop of skilled embroiderers, possibly in England rather than Normandy. The most popular candidate for the commissioner is Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, who was William's half-brother and who appears prominently in the tapestry's scenes. Odo had obvious reasons to commission such a work. He had played a significant role in the conquest and wanted that role remembered. The tapestry shows him rallying troops at Hastings, advising William, and generally being indispensable to the enterprise. It also served the broader Norman agenda of legitimizing the conquest, which benefited Odo as a major landholder in the new regime. Self-promotion and political propaganda wrapped up in one convenient textile package. Efficient, really. The story the tapestry tells is carefully constructed to present the Norman version of events as the only reasonable interpretation. It begins with Harold's visit to Normandy, showing him swearing his famous oath to William over holy relics. This scene is crucial because it establishes the moral foundation for everything that follows. Harold swore to support William's claim to the English throne. He then broke that oath by taking the throne himself. Therefore, William's invasion was not aggression but justified punishment of a perjurer. The tapestry doesn't leave this interpretation to chance. It shows Harold with his hands on two reliquaries, making absolutely clear what kind of oath was being sworn. The subsequent scenes reinforce this narrative at every turn. Edward the Confessor is shown dying and apparently indicating Harold as his successor, but the tapestry's interpretation is that Edward was merely entrusting the kingdom to Harold's protection until William could arrive to claim his rightful inheritance. Harold's coronation is depicted with a subtle sense of illegitimacy. Halley's comet appears immediately afterward, and the next scene shows ghostly ships appearing to Harold as if the heavens themselves were warning him of his doom. The Hastings sequences are the tapestry's dramatic climax, and they're designed to present the Norman victory as both heroic and inevitable. William is shown as a bold leader, rallying his troops when rumour spread that he had been killed, lifting his helmet to show his face and inspire his men to continue fighting. Harold, by contrast, is shown being struck down, the famous arrow in the eye scene, though historians debate whether that figure actually represents Harold or someone else. The English defeat is portrayed as divine judgment. The oathbreaker has been punished, and righteous order has been restored. What the tapestry doesn't show is equally revealing. There's no mention of the 6 years of brutal suppression that followed Hastings, no harrying of the north, no mass confiscation of English lands, no systematic replacement of the English aristocracy. The story ends with Harold's death and William's triumph, as if the conquest was a single battle rather than a prolonged campaign of violence. This selective presentation was deliberate. The tapestry was meant to justify the conquest, not to document its messy aftermath. The tapestry was probably displayed in Bayeux Cathedral, where it could be seen by visitors and pilgrims who would carry its message throughout the Christian world. Medieval people were largely illiterate, but they weren't stupid. They could read images perfectly well, and the tapestry's visual narrative was designed to be understood by anyone who looked at it. The scenes flowed from left to right, like a modern comic strip telling a story that required no words to comprehend. This was mass media before mass media existed, a propaganda tool that could reach audiences that written chronicles never could. The tapestry would have been unrolled on special occasions, feast days, important visits, moments when the Norman message needed reinforcing. Imagine seeing it for the first time, the bright colours, the dramatic scenes, the sheer scale of the thing stretching along the walls of the cathedral. It must have been overwhelming, and that overwhelming quality was itself part of the message. Only a great and powerful people could create something like this, and only a righteous cause could deserve such commemoration. It's also worth noting what the tapestry reveals unintentionally. The English figures are generally depicted with as much dignity as the Norman ones. There's no crude caricature of the enemy. Harold is shown as a legitimate warrior, brave in battle, worthy of respect even in defeat. This wasn't generosity, it was strategy. A victory over a contemptible enemy isn't worth much. A victory over a noble enemy, a man who might have been a great king if only he hadn't broken his sacred oath, that's a victory worth commemorating. The tapestry elevates Harold in order to elevate the achievement of defeating him. But the Bayeux Tapestry was just one element of a broader propaganda campaign. The Normans also built monuments, and the most significant of these was Battle Abbey, constructed on the exact spot where Harold fell at Hastings. William allegedly vowed to build an abbey on the site if God granted him victory, and he followed through on that vow with typical Norman thoroughness. The high altar of the abbey church was supposedly positioned precisely where Harold died, transforming the place of English defeat into a site of Norman religious devotion. The symbolism was heavy-handed but effective. By building a monastery on the battlefield, William was claiming that his victory was divinely ordained, a judgment from God that deserved permanent commemoration. The monks who lived at Battle Abbey would pray for the souls of those who died in the battle, including the English dead theoretically, but their very presence was a daily reminder of Norman triumph. Every Mass celebrated at that altar was a Mass celebrating William's conquest. Every prayer for the dead was also, implicitly, a prayer of thanksgiving for Norman victory. The construction of Battle Abbey wasn't straightforward. The site William chose was not ideal for building. The ground was uneven, water supply was problematic, and the location was strategically irrelevant for the abbey's religious functions. William's advisors apparently suggested building somewhere more practical, but the king insisted on the exact spot where Harold fell. This insistence reveals how important the symbolic dimension was to William. He wasn't building just another monastery, he was building a permanent memorial to his triumph, and the memorial had to be in the right place regardless of practical inconveniences. When engineers complained that the altar couldn't be placed where William wanted due to terrain issues, he allegedly replied that they should level the ground and proceed, whatever the cost. The king's will would reshape the landscape itself. The abbey also served practical purposes. It provided hospitality for travellers on the London to Hastings road, spreading Norman influence through soft power as well as hard. It accumulated lands and wealth, becoming an economic force in the region. And it generated documents, charters, chronicles, records, that reinforced the Norman version of history. The monks of Battle Abbey had every incentive to portray the conquest favourably, since their entire institution owed its existence to that conquest. Unsurprisingly, the materials produced at Battle Abbey tend to present William in the best possible light. The location itself was a statement. Anyone travelling through the area would see the abbey and know what it commemorated. It was impossible to forget what had happened here, and impossible to interpret what had happened in any way other than the Norman-approved version. The battlefield became a pilgrimage site, a place where people came to contemplate God's judgment on oath-breakers and the righteousness of Norman rule. Physical space was being converted into ideological space, the landscape itself enlisted in the propaganda campaign. But monuments and tapestries were only part of the story. The Normans also invested heavily in written propaganda, commissioning chronicles that told the conquest narrative in ways favourable to the new regime. Two chroniclers in particular deserve attention: William of Poitiers and William of Jumièges, both of whom produced works that shaped how the conquest would be understood for generations. William of Poitiers was a Norman cleric who served as one of William the Conqueror's chaplains. His Gesta Guilhelmi, The Deeds of William, is the most detailed contemporary account of the conquest from the Norman side, and it reads like the authorised biography it essentially was. William of Poitiers had access to the king, probably interviewed participants in the events he described, and wrote with the explicit purpose of glorifying his royal patron. Objectivity was not exactly his primary concern. The Gesta Guilhelmi presents William the Conqueror as an ideal Christian prince, pious, just, merciful when mercy was appropriate, stern when sternness was required. His claim to the English throne is presented as unquestionably legitimate, Harold's resistance as unquestionably treasonous. The battle at Hastings is described in heroic terms, with William performing feats of valour that would be impressive even in a Hollywood action movie. 3 horses were killed beneath him during the fighting, according to William of Poitiers, but the king fought on undaunted, inspiring his men through personal example. The chronicle also goes to considerable lengths to justify the conquest morally. William of Poitiers emphasises the papal blessing that William received before the invasion, presenting the enterprise as a holy war sanctioned by the highest spiritual authority. He stresses Harold's perjury, returning to the oath scene repeatedly and describing it in terms that leave no doubt about its binding nature. He even suggests that Edward the Confessor explicitly designated William as his heir on multiple occasions, a claim that other sources don't necessarily support. The word legitimate appears with suspicious frequency, as if the chronicler knew that legitimacy was precisely what needed to be established and couldn't be taken for granted. William of Poitiers also includes interesting details that reveal the sophistication of Norman propaganda techniques. He quotes speeches that William supposedly gave to his troops before battle, eloquent, inspiring addresses that sound suspiciously polished for impromptu battlefield oratory. These speeches were almost certainly invented or heavily embellished, a common practice in ancient and medieval historical writing. The point wasn't accuracy. The point was to show William as an articulate leader who could move men's hearts as well as command their swords. Whether he actually said these things was less important than whether readers believed he could have said them. Modern historians approach William of Poitiers with considerable caution. He was obviously biased, obviously writing to please his patron, and obviously willing to shape his narrative to fit political needs. But he's also one of the best sources we have for the Norman perspective on events, precisely because he was so close to the centre of power. His biases are themselves informative. They tell us what the Normans wanted people to believe, which is valuable even when we suspect the truth was somewhat different. William of Jumièges was another Norman chronicler whose Gesta Normanorum Ducum, the deeds of the Norman dukes, provides a broader context for the conquest by tracing Norman history from Rollo's time to William's. This work was less focused on the conquest specifically than William of Poitiers' chronicle, but it still presented the Norman ruling dynasty in glowing terms, and portrayed the conquest of England as the natural culmination of Norman greatness. The Gesta Normanorum Ducum went through multiple editions and revisions over the years, with later writers adding material that extended the narrative forward in time. This process of revision itself served propaganda purposes. Each new version could adjust the historical record to reflect current political needs, smoothing over inconvenient details and emphasizing themes that supported the ruling regime. Medieval chronicles were living documents, constantly being updated and modified, and the Normans took full advantage of this flexibility. Other chroniclers contributed to the Norman narrative machine. Orderic Vitalis, whom we've mentioned before, was half English and half Norman, and his massive ecclesiastical history provides a more nuanced view of the conquest than purely Norman sources. But even Orderic, who criticised the harrying of the north and expressed sympathy for English suffering, ultimately accepted the Norman framework. William was the legitimate king, Harold was an oath-breaker, and the conquest was divinely ordained, even if its methods were sometimes excessive. The Norman narrative was so dominant that even sympathetic observers worked within its assumptions. The English naturally had their own perspective on events, but they were severely constrained in expressing it. The Anglo-Saxon chronicle continued to be written after 1066, but under Norman rule, chroniclers had to be careful about what they said. Direct criticism of the king could be dangerous, so English writers often expressed their feelings through implication, understatement, and strategic silence. They recorded the facts of Norman oppression, the castle building, the land confiscations, the harshness of Norman justice, but they rarely offered explicit condemnation. Reading between the lines of post-conquest English sources requires sensitivity to what isn't being said as much as what is. One technique English chroniclers used was to praise Anglo-Saxon England in ways that implicitly criticised the Norman present. Descriptions of Edward the Confessor's reign emphasised its peace, prosperity, and good governance, creating a contrast with the current situation that readers could draw for themselves. Accounts of English saints and heroes reminded readers that England had its own glorious tradition, distinct from and in some ways superior to Norman culture. These were subtle forms of resistance, easily deniable if challenged, but meaningful to audiences who knew how to interpret them. English monasteries became repositories of this quiet resistance. Monks copied Old English manuscripts, preserving Anglo-Saxon literature and historical records that might otherwise have been lost. They maintained English saints' cults even as Norman bishops tried to suppress or marginalise them. They told stories about English kings and warriors to novices who would carry those stories forward. The Norman conquest of English narrative was never quite complete. Underground currents of English memory survived, waiting for circumstances that would allow them to resurface. Some English writers found creative ways to resist Norman narrative dominance without directly challenging it. They would praise William for his piety while somehow emphasizing how much penance he did for the violence of the conquest, implicitly suggesting that the violence needed penancing. They would celebrate Norman churches and monasteries while noting how many English buildings had been demolished to make way for them. They would acknowledge William's legitimate claim while providing extensive detail about the suffering that enforcing that claim required. These weren't outright contradictions of the Norman version, but they introduced notes of dissonance that thoughtful readers could hear. The church played a crucial role in the Norman propaganda effort. English bishops and abbots were systematically replaced with Norman clergy, ensuring that religious institutions would support rather than resist the new regime. These Norman churchmen were educated, literate, and skilled at producing exactly the kind of ideological justification that conquest required. They wrote saints' lives that emphasized continuity between the English and Norman churches. They composed histories that presented the conquest as part of God's plan for England. They preached sermons that urged obedience to divinely appointed authority. Lanfranc, the Italian scholar whom William appointed as Archbishop of Canterbury, was particularly important in this effort. He reorganised the English church along Norman lines, asserting Canterbury's primacy over York and bringing English religious practice into closer conformity with continental standards. These reforms had genuine religious motivations. Lanfranc was a sincere churchman who believed he was improving English Christianity, but they also served political purposes. A church that looked to Canterbury for leadership, and through Canterbury to the Norman king, was a church that supported Norman rule. Religious unity reinforced political unity. Lanfranc also engaged in something we might call ecclesiastical propaganda. He promoted the cults of certain English saints, while quietly discouraging others, favouring those whose stories could be adapted to support Norman legitimacy. He commissioned new lives of saints that emphasised continuity between the English and Norman churches, presenting the conquest as a period of reform rather than rupture. He established schools and scriptoria that trained a new generation of churchmen in Norman-approved interpretations of English history. The church's educational monopoly meant that anyone who wanted to read or write had to learn what the church taught, and the church taught what Lanfranc wanted it to teach. The Norman propaganda machine also worked through the built environment, as we discussed in the previous chapter. Every castle and cathedral was a message about power, and those messages were carefully crafted to convey Norman legitimacy as well as Norman strength. The architecture itself was Norman: distinctive rounded arches, massive stone walls, imposing scale, and it replaced English styles so thoroughly that within a generation the physical appearance of English religious and military buildings was entirely transformed. You couldn't look at an English town without seeing Norman dominance expressed in stone. The coronation ritual itself was recruited for propaganda purposes. William had himself crowned by English bishops in an English ceremony, emphasising continuity with the Anglo-Saxon past. His successors continued this practice, using the traditional English coronation to claim inheritance of English royal authority. The Normans weren't presenting themselves as foreign conquerors who had seized power by force. They were presenting themselves as the rightful heirs to an English throne that had been temporarily usurped by the oath-breaking Harold. This claim of continuity was, of course, somewhat absurd. The Normans had conquered England through military invasion, killed or exiled the existing ruling class, and imposed their own language, customs, and institutions on the country. But the claim served its purpose. By maintaining the fiction that William was Edward's legitimate heir, the Normans could position themselves as defenders of English tradition rather than its destroyers. Anyone who opposed them wasn't fighting for English freedom. They were opposing the rightful king and supporting the cause of the perjurer Harold. The propaganda was remarkably effective. Within a few generations, the Norman version of the conquest had become the standard version, accepted even by English writers who had every reason to resent it. The idea that William had a legitimate claim to the throne, that Harold had broken a sacred oath, that the conquest was divinely ordained, these concepts became historical common sense, repeated without question by chroniclers who had never known anything different. Even today, we often accept Norman propaganda without realizing it. When we call William the Conqueror, rather than the invader or the usurper, we're using Norman language that frames the conquest as an achievement rather than an atrocity. When we treat Hastings as a decisive turning point rather than the beginning of a long and brutal occupation, we're following the Norman narrative that wanted people to forget what came after. When we focus on the drama of 1066 rather than the suffering that followed, we're seeing history the way the Normans wanted us to see it. The propaganda is so deeply embedded in how we think about English history that we barely notice it anymore. This isn't to say the Norman version was entirely false. William probably did have some kind of promise from Edward, even if its exact nature is uncertain. Harold probably did swear some kind of oath, even if its circumstances were coercive. The Norman conquest probably was more organised and administratively sophisticated than a simple barbarian invasion. The propaganda worked partly because it contained enough truth to be plausible, even while it systematically distorted the overall picture. The genius of Norman propaganda lay in its comprehensiveness. It wasn't just one tapestry or one chronicle or one abbey. It was an entire ecosystem of mutually reinforcing messages, expressed through every available medium, reaching every available audience. Visual art for the illiterate masses. Written chronicles for the educated elite. Monumental architecture for everyone who passed through English towns. Religious ceremonies for the faithful. Legal documents for administrators. The Norman story was everywhere, inescapable, impossible to contradict because all the official channels were telling the same version, and it lasted. The Bayeux Tapestry survived the centuries, was nearly lost during the French Revolution when revolutionaries wanted to use it to cover military wagons. Imagine that as a piece of historical near-miss, and now sits in a museum in Bayeux where tourists from around the world come to see it. Battle Abbey fell into ruin after the Reformation but was partially preserved, and remains a visitor attraction, still drawing people to the site where England's fate was decided. The chronicles of William of Poitiers and William of Jumièges are still read by historians, still shaping our understanding of events that happened almost 1,000 years ago. The propaganda outlived the regime that created it, becoming part of the permanent historical record. There's something almost admirable about this achievement, even as we recognise its manipulative intent. The Normans understood that power is partly about controlling information, and they invested seriously in that control. They didn't just conquer England, they conquered the story of England, ensuring that future generations would see the conquest through Norman eyes. It was a masterpiece of political communication, all the more effective because it didn't look like communication at all. It looked like art, like architecture, like religious devotion, like historical truth. William himself probably didn't sit down and plan all this out like a modern media strategist. Medieval rulers didn't think in those terms. But he surrounded himself with people who understood the power of narrative, churchmen, artists, chroniclers, and he supported their work generously. The result was a propaganda effort that exceeded anything his contemporaries achieved and set standards that later conquerors would struggle to match. The lesson for us, perhaps, is to approach all historical narratives with appropriate skepticism. Every story serves someone's interests. Every chronicle has an author with biases and motivations. The version of events that becomes history is usually the version promoted by whoever won, shaped to justify their victory and delegitimize their opponents. This doesn't mean we can't know anything about the past, but it does mean we should ask questions. Who is telling this story? Why are they telling it this way? And what might they be leaving out? The Normans left things out. They left out the harrying of the north, or mentioned it only briefly. They left out the mass dispossession of English landowners. They left out the systematic destruction of English cultural institutions. They emphasised Harold's oath and William's righteous anger, de-emphasised the naked aggression and calculated brutality that actually characterised the conquest. They created a morality tale where there should have been a tragedy. But their version won, and winning is what history remembers. The Bayeux Tapestry hangs in its museum. Battle Abbey receives its tourists. The chronicles sit in their archives. And when people think about 1066, they think about the story the Normans wanted them to think about, a story of legitimate succession, broken oaths, and divine judgment. The propaganda machine worked exactly as intended, and it's still working today. That's power, not just the power to conquer, but the power to define what conquest means. The Normans had both, and they used both with ruthless effectiveness. England didn't just become Norman in its rulers and its institutions, it became Norman in its memory, its self-understanding, its sense of where it came from. The conquest wasn't complete until the story was complete, and the Normans made sure to finish the job. The tapestry, the abbey, the chronicles, these weren't afterthoughts. They were essential components of the conquest itself, as important in their way as the cavalry charges and castle building. William conquered England twice, once with swords, once with stories. Both conquests were necessary and both were successful. The combination made the Norman victory not just military but cultural, not just temporary but permanent. And now that we understand how the Normans controlled the narrative, we can turn to how they controlled the reality underneath it. Because for all the propaganda value of the Bayeux Tapestry, the most impressive document the Normans produced wasn't a work of art or a chronicle of great deeds, it was a tax survey. A comprehensive, detailed, ruthlessly thorough accounting of exactly what William now possessed. They called it the Domesday Book, and it would reveal the full extent of what the conquest had achieved, in cold, hard, numerical terms that no amount of propaganda could obscure. The Normans built their propaganda in tapestry, stone, and chronicle. But they also built it in data. In 1085, nearly 20 years after the conquest, William ordered the most ambitious administrative project medieval Europe had ever seen. A comprehensive survey of his entire English kingdom, recording who owned what it was worth, and what it had been worth before the conquest. The result was a document so thorough, so detailed, and so inescapable that the English called it the Domesday Book, the Book of Judgment, because like the Last Judgment, there was no appeal from its findings. What the book said was. If you disagreed, well, that was your problem. The Domesday Book is one of the most remarkable documents in English history, and arguably in all of European history. It survived for nearly 1,000 years, it's still consulted for legal and historical purposes today, and it provides us with a snapshot of 11th century England so detailed that historians sometimes feel they know more about 1086 than they know about 1786. The book tells us how many ploughs there were in each village, how many mills, how many fish ponds, how many pigs could be fattened in each woodland. It tells us the names of landholders great and small, the values of their estates, and the services owed by their tenants. It is, in short, a tax assessor's dream and a privacy advocate's nightmare, documenting medieval England with an intensity that would make modern surveillance states genuinely envious. Why did William order this survey? The immediate trigger was probably military and financial. In 1085, King Nut IV of Denmark, grandson of the Nut who had once ruled England, was threatening to invade and reclaim the throne his family had held. The Danish threat was serious enough that William brought a massive mercenary army to England, billeting them on his subjects in a way that caused considerable hardship. He needed to know exactly what resources his kingdom possessed, how much his nobles could contribute to defence, and where the vulnerabilities lay. The Domesday Survey was, at one level, simply good military planning. Know your own strength before you face your enemies. But the survey also served deeper purposes. By 1085, the conquest was almost 20 years old. The initial chaos had settled into something resembling stable administration. William had redistributed English land to his Norman followers, established a new aristocracy, and created a feudal system that linked military service to land tenure. But how well did he actually understand what he possessed? Land grants had been made hastily during the conquest years, boundaries were often unclear, and disputes over ownership were common. A comprehensive survey would sort all this out, establishing once and for all who owned what and on what terms. The survey was also, inevitably, a powerful demonstration of royal power. No English king before William had ever attempted anything like this. The Anglo-Saxon kings had kept records, collected taxes, and administered their realm, but they had never compiled a complete inventory of the entire kingdom's resources. By doing so, William was showing that his reach extended into every village, every farm, every woodland and meadow in England. Nothing was hidden from the king's eye. Nothing escaped his accounting. The survey was administrative efficiency and political theatre combined, a reminder that Norman power was total and inescapable. The logistics of the survey were impressive even by modern standards. William divided England into circuits, each covering several counties. Teams of commissioners, a mix of royal officials, bishops and nobles, were sent to each circuit with instructions to gather detailed information about every estate. They convened local courts, summoned witnesses, examined existing records, and compiled their findings into returns that were then sent to Winchester, the traditional seat of English royal government, where the data was consolidated into the final volumes. The commissioners asked a standard set of questions at each inquiry. What is this manor called? Who held it in King Edward's time? Who holds it now? How many hides of land are there? How many ploughs? How many villeins, boarders, slaves? How much woodland, meadow, pasture? How many mills, fisheries? What is it worth now, and what was it worth in King Edward's time? The questions were designed to capture not just the current state of affairs, but the transformation that had occurred since the conquest. The time of King Edward, meaning the period before 1066, became a legal baseline against which all subsequent changes could be measured. The process of gathering this information was itself a significant undertaking. Local juries were assembled, typically consisting of the priest, the reeve, and 6 villeins from each manor, along with representatives from each hundred, the administrative subdivisions of the counties. These juries were sworn to tell the truth, and their testimony was cross-checked against other sources: existing charters, the testimony of neighbouring estates, the knowledge of older inhabitants who remembered how things had been before the Normans. Came. Discrepancies were investigated, disputes were recorded, and the whole process was supervised by commissioners who had the authority to compel testimony and punish false statements. The juries must have found themselves in an awkward position. They were being asked to provide information that would be used to tax their communities and confirm Norman ownership of lands that had belonged to their former English lords. Lying was dangerous, the commissioners had ways of checking, but telling the truth felt like collaboration with the conquerors. Many jurors probably settled for providing accurate but minimal information, answering exactly what was asked and volunteering nothing more. The Domesday Book reflects this reluctance. It's comprehensive but not chatty, recording facts without commentary. The level of detail is extraordinary. Open the Domesday Book to any county, and you'll find entries like, in Oakham, Countess Judith holds 5 hides. There is land for 8 ploughs. In Domain are 2 ploughs, and there could be a third. There are 16 villeins and 7 boarders with 6 ploughs. There is a priest and a church and 30 acres of meadow. Woodland for pannage, 1 league long and half a league broad. In King Edward's time it was worth £10, now £20. Multiply this by thousands of entries covering almost every settlement in England, and you begin to appreciate the scale of the undertaking. The surveyors even counted livestock in some areas, though this level of detail wasn't consistently maintained across the kingdom. They recorded the number of slaves. Yes, slavery still existed in 11th century England, though it was declining, and distinguished between different categories of peasant based on their legal status and the services they owed their lords. They noted churches and priests, mills and markets, anything that might generate revenue or indicate the productive capacity of the land. All of this information was gathered in a matter of mere months. William ordered the survey at Christmas 1085, and by the time of his death in September 1087, the bulk of the work was complete, though some finishing touches were still being added. This timeline is remarkable when you consider the distances involved, the transportation options available, horses and feet basically, and the complete absence of anything we would recognize as information technology. No computers, no telephones, no standardized forms, just clerks with quills, commissioners on horseback, and a system of local courts that could compel testimony from people who had every reason to be unhappy about being questioned. The English did not appreciate being surveyed. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, never enthusiastic about Norman innovations, records the Domesday survey with evident distaste, noting that there was no single hide nor yard of land, nor indeed 1 ox nor 1 cow nor 1 pig left out that was not set. Down in the record, the chronicler's tone suggests that this thoroughness was not seen as administrative efficiency, but as intrusive overreach, the king prying into matters that were none of his business. Good luck explaining to an 11th century peasant that data collection for tax purposes was just normal government functioning. The name Domesday itself reflects this deep resentment. The English called it the Book of Judgment because its findings were as final and as inescapable as God's judgment at the end of time. There was no court of appeal, no way to challenge what the book said. If the Domesday Book recorded that you owed certain services or held land on certain terms, that was the legal reality regardless of what you believed the truth to be. The book became the ultimate legal authority in land disputes for centuries afterward. Parties would regularly cite Domesday evidence to support their claims, and courts would accept that evidence as absolutely definitive. The 2 volumes that survive today, Great Domesday and Little Domesday, represent slightly different stages of the compilation process. Little Domesday covers Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex in greater detail than Great Domesday covers the rest of the country, possibly because the clerks ran out of time to abbreviate and consolidate these returns before William died. Great Domesday is the more polished product, with standardised entries and consistent formatting, while Little Domesday preserves more of the raw survey data in all its messy detail. Some parts of England weren't surveyed at all. The northern counties, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Northumberland and Durham, are largely absent from the record, probably because they were still too unstable after the harrying of the north to allow systematic surveying. London and Winchester, the two most important cities, were also omitted, possibly because they were too complex to fit into the rural manor-based framework of the survey, or possibly because separate records were kept for these urban centres and have since been lost. These gaps remind us that even the Domesday Book, for all its comprehensiveness, captured only part of the English reality. But what the book does capture is devastating in its implications. The statistics tell a story of complete social revolution. Before the conquest, England's land was held by approximately 4,000 to 5,000 thanes, the Anglo-Saxon nobility, along with the church and the crown. By 1086, this native aristocracy had been almost entirely replaced. The Domesday Book records approximately 1,400 major landholders from King Edward's time. Of these, only 2 English names appear among the tenants-in-chief in 1086. 2 out of 1,400. Let that sink in. The conquest didn't just change who sat on the throne. It didn't just bring new administrators or new laws. It physically transferred nearly every significant estate in England from English to Norman hands. The entire ruling class was replaced within 20 years. Nothing like this had ever happened in English history before, and nothing quite like it would happen again until, well, arguably never. Even the Reformation, which transferred vast church properties to secular hands, didn't involve this kind of wholesale replacement of the landowning class. The Norman conquest was unique in its thoroughness, and the Domesday Book documents this uniqueness with cold, bureaucratic precision. Each entry a record of dispossession, each Norman name replacing an English one in the list of landholders. The 2 surviving English tenants-in-chief were Thorkel of Arden and Coleswine of Lincoln, and their survival was probably due to exceptional circumstances rather than Norman mercy. Thorkel may have collaborated early and enthusiastically enough to be allowed to keep his lands. Coleswine may have held territory too marginal to attract Norman interest. Whatever the reasons, their presence in the Domesday Book only emphasises how complete the dispossession was for everyone else. They weren't the rule, they were the exceptions that proved the rule. Below the level of tenants-in-chief, a few more English names appear as under-tenants, men who held land from Norman lords rather than directly from the king. But even at this subordinate level, English landholding had collapsed. The native English who still possessed any land at all were clinging to small estates at the bottom of the tenurial hierarchy, their former prominence erased as if it had never existed. The redistribution followed clear patterns. William rewarded his closest companions with the largest grants. His half-brothers Odo of Bayeux and Robert of Mortain received enormous estates. Odo held lands in 23 counties, Robert in 20. Other major beneficiaries included Roger of Montgomery, William de Warenne, and Hugh de Vranches, men who had supported William during the conquest and continued to serve as his chief lieutenants afterward. These grants created a new aristocracy that would dominate English politics for generations. The grants were not distributed randomly across the country. William deliberately broke up the old English earldoms, which had concentrated too much power in individual hands, and scattered Norman holdings to prevent any single baron from becoming too powerful. A typical Norman lord might hold estates in half a dozen different counties, making it difficult to build a regional power base that could challenge the king. This fragmentation was a conscious policy. William had learned from his own experience in Normandy how dangerous over-mighty subjects could be. The church was also a major beneficiary of the redistribution, though in a more complicated way. English monasteries and bishoprics retained their lands in theory, but their leadership was systematically replaced with Norman clergy who owed their positions to William. By 1086, every English bishopric was held by a Norman or continental cleric. The great monasteries were governed by Norman abbots. The church's property remained formally unchanged, but its personnel had been completely transformed. The Domesday Book also reveals the economic structure of Norman England in remarkable detail. The basic unit of assessment was the hide, roughly 120 acres, though the size varied by region, and estates were valued in terms of how many hides they contained and how much annual revenue they produced. The valuations allow us to compare the prosperity of different regions, track changes over time, and understand the economic geography of 11th century England. What the valuation show is not encouraging for anyone who thought the conquest was good for England's prosperity. Many estates were worth significantly less in 1086 than they had been in King Edward's time. The disruption of the conquest years, the fighting, the rebellions, the harrying of the north, had devastated agricultural production in many areas. Northern England, as we've discussed, was particularly hard hit. Estates that had been productive before 1066 were recorded as waste 20 years later, their value reduced to zero because there was no one left to work them. Even in areas that hadn't experienced direct military devastation, values often declined. The replacement of English lords with Norman ones disrupted established patterns of management. The construction of castles, which often required demolishing houses and appropriating farmland, reduced the productive capacity of many towns. The general insecurity of the conquest period discouraged investment and encouraged hoarding. The Domesday Book, for all its use as a tool of Norman control, documents the economic damage that Norman control had caused. The book also reveals the social hierarchy of Norman England with uncomfortable clarity. At the bottom were slaves, servi in the Latin of the Domesday Book, who were property rather than persons and could be bought, sold and inherited like livestock. Above them were boarders and cotters, peasants with small holdings who owed labour services to their lords. Above them were villeins, who had more substantial holdings but were still legally unfree, tied to the land and unable to leave without their lord's permission. At the top of the peasant hierarchy were sokemen and freemen, who had some legal autonomy and could, in theory, leave their lands and seek other lords. The conquest generally worsened conditions for English peasants. Many who had been relatively free under Anglo-Saxon law found themselves reclassified as villeins under Norman administration. The services they owed to their lords increased. Their legal protections decreased. The Domesday Book records this decline in status through its careful categorization of peasant types, though the full social implications would only become clear over the following centuries as Norman-style serfdom became entrenched. For historians, the Domesday Book is an incomparable treasure. No other medieval document provides such comprehensive data about a pre-modern society. We can use the Domesday evidence to study everything from agricultural techniques to demographic patterns, from the distribution of woodlands to the prevalence of watermills. We can trace individual families through the transfer of their estates, carefully map the spread of Norman lordship across the country, and compare different regions' experiences of the conquest. The book has been studied intensively since the 19th century, when scholars began to apply systematic analytical methods to its entries. Modern technology has made this analysis even more sophisticated and revealing. The Domesday Book has been digitized, indexed, and subjected to statistical techniques that its medieval creators could never have imagined. We can now generate maps showing the distribution of any variable the book recorded, trace patterns that would be invisible to anyone reading the manuscript page by page. Some of the findings from this analysis are surprising. For instance, the Domesday Book suggests that England in 1086 was more heavily forested than previously thought, with woodland covering perhaps 15 to 20% of the country. It shows that watermills were ubiquitous. Over 6,000 are recorded, indicating a level of mechanical sophistication that challenges assumptions about medieval technological primitiveness. It reveals regional variations in social structure, with more freemen in the eastern counties and more slaves in the west, patterns that reflected different historical experiences and legal traditions. The book also preserves glimpses of everyday medieval life that would otherwise be completely lost. We learn that certain manors had profitable fisheries, that others were known for their beekeeping, that some woodlands were valuable primarily for the pigs that could be fattened on their acorns, recorded in the charming formula woodland for X. Pigs. We see the importance of mills to medieval communities. A manor without a mill was at a significant disadvantage, forced to pay other lords for the privilege of grinding grain. We can trace the network of markets and fairs that connected rural communities to larger economic systems. The Domesday Book also records human stories, if you know how to read between the lines. An estate that has declined dramatically in value since King Edward's time might reflect the displacement of competent English management. A manor recorded as waste in a northern county speaks volumes about the harrying. An estate held by a widow suggests a man who died in the conquest or its aftermath. The book doesn't tell these stories directly, but it preserves enough data that we can piece them together. The book also raises questions that it cannot answer. Why were some estates valued higher in 1086 than in 1066, apparently prospering despite the disruption of the conquest? What happened to the English landholders who were dispossessed? Did they die, flee the country, or sink into the peasantry? How reliable are the valuations, given that landholders had obvious incentives to underreport their wealth, to minimise their tax burden? The Domesday Book is comprehensive, but it's not omniscient, and scholars continue to debate the interpretation of its evidence. The physical survival of the Domesday Book is itself remarkable. The 2 volumes have been preserved continuously for nearly 1,000 years, first at Winchester and then at Westminster, where they were kept in the royal treasury alongside the crown jewels and other precious objects. They've survived fires, civil wars, and the general tendency of medieval documents to deteriorate or be lost. They've been rebound, conserved, and protected with increasing sophistication as their historical value became more fully appreciated. Today they're held at the National Archives in Kew, stored in climate-controlled conditions and available to researchers who follow proper protocols for handling irreplaceable medieval manuscripts. The book's survival reflects its ongoing legal and administrative importance over the centuries. For centuries after its creation, the Domesday Book continued to be consulted for legal purposes, to settle boundary disputes, to establish precedents, to prove ancient rights and claims. It was too valuable to neglect or lose. This practical utility ensured its preservation long enough for historical consciousness to develop that would value it for scholarly reasons as well. William himself never saw the completed Domesday Book. He died in September 1087, probably before the final compilation was finished, struck down by an injury sustained while his horse stumbled at the burning town of Mantes during a campaign against the French king. The project he commissioned would outlast him by centuries, documenting his achievement and its costs with equal precision. The conqueror who had reshaped England so dramatically would be remembered in part through this administrative document, a fitting legacy for a man who combined military prowess with bureaucratic efficiency in a way that was genuinely unusual for his era. The Domesday Book stands as the ultimate monument to the Norman conquest, more lasting than any castle, more comprehensive than any chronicle, more brutally honest than any propaganda. It shows us exactly what William possessed and exactly how he came to possess it. It records the dispossession of the English aristocracy in cold, factual terms that no amount of myth-making could obscure. It documents the economic damage alongside the administrative achievement. It is, in short, the most complete accounting of medieval conquest that survives from any European country. For the English who lived through the conquest, the Domesday Book must have seemed like the final insult. Not content with taking their lands, their positions, and their status, the Normans were now cataloguing exactly what had been taken. Every entry in the book was a reminder of loss. This estate that grandfather held now belongs to some Norman lord whose name you can barely pronounce. The book made the conquest permanent by making it official, transforming violent seizure into documented legal ownership. But for us, nearly 1,000 years later, the Domesday Book is something else entirely. It's a window into a vanished world, a time machine made of vellum and ink. Through its entries we can walk through 11th century England village by village, estate by estate. We can see the mills turning on their streams, the pigs foraging in their woodlands, the peasants labouring in their fields. We can understand, in a way that no chronicle or tapestry permits, what medieval England actually looked like, how it was organised, who controlled its resources and on what terms. The Normans created the Domesday Book to control England. They ended up preserving England, or at least a detailed image of it, frozen in the year 1086, available to anyone who cares to look. The Book of Judgment became, over time, a book of memory. What was intended as an instrument of oppression became an irreplaceable historical treasure. That's the irony of the Domesday Book, and perhaps of the Norman conquest itself. The things created to serve power ended up serving knowledge. The records designed to document conquest now document the conquered. The statistics that quantified dispossession now quantify a lost world. William wanted to know what he owned. he ended up telling us what England was. And what England was, according to the Domesday Book, was a country in transition, from English to Norman, from one social order to another, from one language to another, from one culture to another. The book captures that moment of change with photographic clarity, showing us both what had been lost and what was being built in its place. It's not comfortable reading for anyone who sympathises with the English cause, but it's absolutely indispensable reading for anyone who wants to understand how medieval society actually worked. The Domesday Book reminds us that history is not just narrative. Kings and battles, heroes and villains. It's also statistics, records, data. The Normans understood this instinctively. They conquered with swords, held with castles, justified with propaganda, and administered with surveys. The Domesday Book was the culmination of this administrative approach to conquest, the moment when Norman control over England became not just military or political, but informational as well. No one in England could hide from the Domesday Book. No estate was too small to record, no village too remote to survey. The king's eye saw everything, and what it saw, it documented. This comprehensive knowledge was itself a form of power, the power to tax, to conscript, to control. William knew his kingdom better than any English king before him, and he knew it because he had made a systematic effort to find out. Modern states take this kind of knowledge for granted. We have censuses, tax records, property registries, databases tracking every aspect of our lives. But in the 11th century, this level of documentation was revolutionary. The Domesday Book was medieval big data, compiled with quill pens and delivered by horseback, but serving the same fundamental purpose as any modern government database, to make the population visible, countable, controllable. The conquered English understood this perfectly well, which is why they resented the survey so much. Being counted was being controlled, being documented was being subjected. The Domesday Book wasn't just a record of who owned what. It was a demonstration that the king could find out whatever he wanted to find out, that there were no secrets from Norman power. The name they gave it, the Book of Judgment, reflected their understanding that this document represented a new and inescapable kind of authority. Nearly 1,000 years later, the Domesday Book still delivers judgments. Historians consult it to understand medieval society. Lawyers occasionally cite it in property disputes. Local communities use it to trace their origins. The book has become part of English heritage, a national treasure preserved with care and displayed with pride. It's come a long way from its origins as a tool of foreign conquest. But we shouldn't forget those origins. The Domesday Book exists because William needed to know what he had taken. Its comprehensiveness reflects the thoroughness of Norman administration. Its survival reflects the ongoing utility of the information it contained. It is a monument to conquest, and every entry in it documents a transfer of power from English to Norman hands. The book is valuable precisely because it's honest about what the conquest actually did. And what it did was transform England completely, replacing one ruling class with another and documenting the replacement with bureaucratic precision. That's the real lesson of the Domesday Book. Conquests aren't complete until they're documented. Power isn't secure until it's recorded. The Normans understood this, and they created a record so comprehensive that it's still being studied nearly a millennium later. William may have won England at Hastings, but he claimed it in the Domesday Book. The sword took the kingdom. The written survey made it permanently his. The book remains, witness to a transformation that reshaped English history. The 2 volumes sit in their archive, available to anyone who wants to read them, telling their story of dispossession and control in entry after entry, manor after manor, hide after hide. It's not a dramatic story, no battles, no heroes, no villains, but it's a true story, told in the only way medieval bureaucracy knew how, through relentless, comprehensive, pitiless documentation. The Book of Judgment has rendered its verdict. England belonged to the Normans, and here was the proof. But William, for all his conquests and all his documentation, couldn't conquer time. His great survey was barely complete when death came for him, and with his death came complications that his administrative genius couldn't have prevented. The kingdom he had built so carefully, documented so thoroughly, would be divided among sons who couldn't agree on anything. The empire of conquest would become a legacy of conflict, and the man who had unified 2 countries would leave behind a family at war with itself. The final chapter of William's story, his death, his disputed succession, and the long shadow he cast over English history awaits us next. The Conqueror's time was running out, but his consequences were just beginning. The Domesday Book was complete, or nearly so. William had documented his kingdom down to the last pig and plough. He had conquered, he had suppressed, he had built, he had recorded. By any reasonable measure, he had achieved everything a medieval king could hope to achieve. And yet, as William entered the final years of his life, he faced a problem that all his military genius and administrative efficiency couldn't solve: his own family. William the Conqueror had 4 sons who survived to adulthood, and the relationships between them and their father would prove more destructive to his legacy than any English rebellion or Danish invasion. The man who had unified Normandy and England through sheer force of will would leave behind a family so fractured that his descendants would spend decades fighting each other for control of his inheritance. It's one of history's darker ironies. The conqueror who built an empire couldn't build a functional family. The eldest son was Robert, usually called Robert Curthose, a nickname meaning short boots or short stockings, apparently a reference to his relatively short stature. The nickname stuck, which tells you something about medieval naming practices. Even princes couldn't escape embarrassing sobriquets if they caught on. Robert was everything William was not: charming where William was stern, generous where William was calculating, impulsive where William was methodical. He was popular with the younger Norman nobles, who appreciated his open-handedness and easygoing personality. He was also, from William's perspective, dangerously unreliable. Robert had military talent. He was a competent commander who would later distinguish himself on the First Crusade, but he lacked the administrative patience that his father possessed in abundance. He was the kind of leader men would follow into battle but not necessarily trust with their taxes. His generosity, which made him popular, also made him financially unstable. He gave away resources that a prudent ruler would have hoarded. William watched his heir develop into exactly the kind of lord who had made Normandy so chaotic during William's own childhood, and he didn't like what he saw. The tension between William and Robert had been building for years. Robert expected to inherit Normandy. His father had designated him as heir to the duchy back in the 1060s, when Robert was still a child, and the English conquest was just a gleam in William's eye. But as Robert grew older and William grew more possessive of his domains, the promised inheritance never quite materialized. William kept ruling Normandy directly, leaving Robert in the awkward position of being heir apparent to a duchy whose current holder showed no signs of stepping aside. By the late 1070s, Robert's frustration had boiled over into open rebellion. The immediate trigger was reportedly trivial, a prank by Robert's younger brothers that escalated into a confrontation. But the underlying cause was years of accumulated resentment. Robert fled the Norman court, gathered supporters, and began waging war against his own father. He even allied with the French king, who was always happy to support anyone causing trouble for William. The rebellion dragged on for years, with periods of reconciliation followed by renewed conflict. At one point, Robert and William actually met in battle, and Robert allegedly unhorsed his father in combat, only realizing afterward who his opponent was. The moment encapsulates the tragedy of their relationship: a son so angry at his father that he would literally knock him off his horse, yet still bound by enough filial feeling to be horrified when he realized what he'd done. Matilda, William's wife, apparently sided with Robert during these conflicts, secretly sending him money even while William thought she was supporting his efforts to suppress the rebellion. When William discovered this betrayal, because of course he discovered it, William discovered everything, the family rupture deepened further. The great partnership of William and Matilda, so unusual for its era, was strained to breaking point by their inability to agree on how to handle their difficult eldest son. Matilda died in 1083, apparently reconciled with William but leaving the succession question still unresolved. Her death removed the one person who might have mediated between William and Robert, and also the one person whose opinion William genuinely cared about. The chronicles suggest that William never fully recovered from her loss, becoming harsher and more withdrawn in his final years. Whether this psychological assessment is accurate or just medieval chroniclers looking for narrative patterns is hard to say, but William's later reign does seem marked by a grimmer quality than his earlier years. The second son was William, usually called William Rufus because of his ruddy complexion, Rufus meaning red in Latin. Unlike Robert, William Rufus was his father's favourite, probably because he was more like his father in temperament: hard, ruthless, efficient, and uninterested in the social graces that made Robert so popular. William Rufus was not a likeable man by most accounts. He was harsh, possibly cruel, and almost certainly homosexual in an era when that was both dangerous and scandalous. But he was competent, and competence was what the elder William valued above all else. The medieval chroniclers, almost all of them churchmen, despised William Rufus. They portrayed him as irreligious, immoral, and oppressive. Some of this was genuine criticism. William Rufus did keep church positions vacant to collect their revenues, and did surround himself with young men whose relationships with the king were probably more than professional. But some of the criticism was also the standard grumbling of clergy, who resented any king who didn't defer sufficiently to ecclesiastical authority. William Rufus treated the church as a revenue source rather than a spiritual guide, and the church remembered that treatment when it came time to write the histories. The third surviving son was Henry, the youngest and cleverest of the brothers. Henry had the misfortune of being born after the conquest was complete, which meant he inherited nothing in land, a significant disadvantage in an era when land was the foundation of all power. His father left him money instead, reportedly a very large sum, with the implicit understanding that Henry would use it to acquire territories of his own. This arrangement left Henry perpetually scheming and manoeuvring, looking for opportunities to convert his cash inheritance into something more substantial. The fourth son, Richard, had died young in a hunting accident, which was either a genuine tragedy or a suspicious convenience depending on how conspiratorially you're inclined to think. Medieval hunting was genuinely dangerous. Forests were full of hazards, horses could stumble, weapons could misfire, so there's no particular reason to suspect foul play. But in a family where the surviving brothers would eventually all betray each other at various points, one does wonder. William's inheritance arrangement reflected both the political realities of his situation and his own conflicted feelings about his sons. Robert, despite all the rebellions and disappointments, would inherit Normandy, the duchy that had been promised to him decades ago, the ancestral homeland that Robert had some legitimate claim to regardless of his personal failings. William Rufus would inherit England, the conquered kingdom, the newer and arguably richer prize, but also the one that required a stronger hand to hold. Henry would get money, and the expectation that he would figure something out. This division made a certain kind of sense from William's perspective. Robert's claim to Normandy was too established to ignore without causing massive political problems. England, being a conquest rather than an inheritance, could be disposed of more freely, and dividing the two territories ensured that neither son would be strong enough to dominate the other, a consideration that might have seemed important to a man who had spent his life watching powerful nobles cause trouble. But the arrangement also guaranteed conflict. Whoever held Normandy would have interests that clashed with whoever held England. The Norman nobles who had followed William to England now held lands on both sides of the Channel. They couldn't serve two masters who might be at war with each other. The strategic and economic ties between Normandy and England meant that separation would be constantly inconvenient for everyone involved. William was bequeathing not just two kingdoms, but a permanent problem. The end came in 1087. William was in France, conducting a punitive campaign against the French king Philip I, who had been making insulting remarks about William's weight. Apparently the Conqueror had grown quite corpulent in his later years. The specific insult, according to the chroniclers, compared William's belly to a pregnant woman's and suggested that his lying in would produce quite a spectacle. Medieval trash talk was surprisingly personal. William responded to these insults by attacking the French town of Mantes and burning it to the ground, which was the 11th century equivalent of an extremely aggressive tweet. But during the sack of Mantes, as William rode through the burning streets, his horse stumbled on hot embers or debris. William was thrown forward onto the pommel of his saddle with tremendous force, suffering severe internal injuries. The injury was mortal. William was carried to Rouen, where he lingered for several weeks in increasing agony. Medieval medicine had essentially nothing to offer for internal injuries. No surgery, no antibiotics, no painkillers beyond alcohol and herbal remedies of dubious effectiveness. William spent his final weeks in what must have been excruciating pain, surrounded by advisors and clergy preparing for the political transition while he prepared for death. The king's chamber became a strange combination of death watch and political negotiation. Nobles jockeyed for position in the coming succession. Clergy pressed for confessions and bequests to the church. Everyone watched William's condition, calculating when the end would come and what opportunities it would create. The man who had dominated every room he entered for 60 years was now the centre of attention for entirely different reasons, not for what he might do, but for what his death would allow others to do. The chronicles record William's final days in considerable detail, though we should approach these accounts with some scepticism. Medieval deathbed scenes were heavily stylized, designed to convey moral lessons rather than strictly report facts. According to these accounts, William spent his final hours in prayer and confession, acknowledging his sins and particularly expressing regret for the harrying of the North. Whether this regret was genuine or merely the conventional piety expected of dying kings is impossible to know. But the fact that the chroniclers thought William should regret the harrying suggests that even contemporaries recognised how extreme it had been. William died on September the 9th, 1087, and then things got weird. The moment William stopped breathing, his attendants panicked. The servants looted his personal effects and fled. The nobles rushed off to secure their own interests in the coming succession struggle. William's body was left virtually unattended in his chamber, stripped of its valuables, abandoned by almost everyone who had served him in life. Eventually, a minor knight organised the transportation of William's body to Caen, where the Conqueror had requested burial at the Abbaye aux Hommes, the monastery he had founded as penance for his technically prohibited marriage to Matilda. The journey was undignified. A king who had commanded armies and conquered kingdoms was carried across Normandy by a small party of retainers, his body already beginning to decompose in the late summer heat. The funeral at Caen became a darkly comic disaster that would have been funny if it weren't so appalling. As William's body was being lowered into the tomb, a man stepped forward to protest. He claimed that the land the church stood on had been illegally seized from his father by William, and he demanded compensation before he would allow the burial to proceed. The funeral had to be halted while this property dispute was hastily settled through a cash payment. A final reminder that William's legacy of conquest came with complications that could pop up at the most inconvenient moments. Even in death, the conqueror faced claims from those he had dispossessed, but the worst was yet to come. William's body had swollen considerably during the week since his death, a natural result of decomposition accelerated by the summer heat, and when the attendants tried to force it into the stone sarcophagus, which had apparently been made too small, for a man of William's corpulence the corpse burst. The assembled dignitaries were treated to a horrific smell and an even more horrific sight as the Conqueror of England, Duke of Normandy, one of the most powerful men of his age, literally came apart during his own funeral. The clergy rushed through the remaining prayers as quickly as possible, while everyone present tried not to breathe. The chroniclers recorded this gruesome detail with what seems like a certain grim satisfaction. It was a moral lesson. Even the mightiest conquerors are reduced to corruption and decay. The man who had terrified England was now just rotting meat, unable to hold himself together long enough to be properly buried. Medieval audiences would have understood the symbolism perfectly. Earthly power is temporary, only spiritual power endures. William was eventually interred, though his rest would prove far from peaceful. His tomb was later desecrated during the French Wars of Religion, his bones scattered and mostly lost. Only a single thigh bone was eventually recovered and reburied. The great conqueror, who had so carefully documented every hide of land in his kingdom, now lies beneath a simple marker, most of his physical remains long since vanished. Meanwhile, the succession unfolded exactly as disastrously as the inheritance arrangement had made inevitable. Robert took control of Normandy and immediately started governing with the generous, easygoing style that had made him popular and would make him ineffective. He forgave enemies, restored confiscated lands, and generally acted like a man more interested in being liked than in being obeyed. The Norman nobles who had chafed under William's iron discipline suddenly found themselves under a duke who could be manipulated through flattery and gifts. William Rufus took control of England and proved to be everything his father could have hoped for in terms of effectiveness, if not in terms of likability. He maintained the harsh Norman governance system, extracted every penny of revenue the country could provide, and made himself thoroughly hated by almost everyone except those who benefited directly from his patronage. The English church particularly despised him, partly because of his rumoured homosexuality and irreligion, partly because he kept bishoprics vacant to collect their revenues for the crown, a practice that was financially clever but ecclesiastically outrageous. William Rufus also continued his father's military policies, campaigning in Wales, Scotland and Normandy with considerable success. He was a capable warrior and a competent strategist, lacking his father's genius but possessing enough talent to maintain the Norman position in Britain. Under his rule, England remained stable, prosperous, and heavily taxed, the last quality being the one most frequently mentioned in contemporary sources. Henry, meanwhile, used his cash inheritance to play a longer game. He couldn't challenge either brother directly, so he waited, watched, and positioned himself to take advantage of any opportunity that arose. He purchased a county in Normandy, the Cotentin Peninsula, giving himself a territorial base from which to manoeuvre. He cultivated allies, made himself useful to whoever seemed to be winning at any given moment, and bided his time. The conflict between Robert and William Rufus began almost immediately. Norman nobles with lands in England found themselves forced to choose sides, and most chose William Rufus, partly because England was richer, partly because William Rufus was more effective at rewarding loyalty and punishing disloyalty. An attempted rebellion in England on Robert's behalf fizzled out when William Rufus moved quickly to suppress it, but the cross-channel situation remained unstable. Neither brother could decisively defeat the other. Robert couldn't conquer England. William Rufus couldn't hold Normandy permanently even when he seized it temporarily. The two realms that their father had united through conquest remained politically connected. The same nobles held lands in both territories, but dynastically separated under rival rulers. The brothers negotiated, fought, negotiated again. They made treaties that neither intended to keep. They swore oaths of friendship that meant nothing. They united briefly against their younger brother Henry, when he seemed to be getting too ambitious, then fell out again when the immediate threat passed. The Norman family politics were Byzantine in their complexity and utterly lacking in any genuine trust or affection. In 1096, an unexpected development changed everything. Pope Urban II called the First Crusade. Robert, whose religiosity was genuine if inconsistent, decided to take the cross and go to Jerusalem. This required money, lots of money, that Robert didn't have. So he pawned Normandy to William Rufus for 10,000 marks of silver. William Rufus got to add the duchy to his domains. Robert got to go on crusade with a clear conscience and a full war chest. William Rufus now ruled both England and Normandy, reuniting his father's empire under a single ruler. For a brief moment it seemed like the inheritance division might be undone, and the Anglo-Norman realm might remain intact after all. Then, in August 1100, William Rufus was killed in a hunting accident in the New Forest. An arrow fired by a noble named Walter Tyrrell struck the king and killed him instantly, or so the official story went. The death was almost certainly not an accident. The timing was too convenient, the circumstances too suspicious, and the beneficiary too obvious. Walter Tyrrell fled the country immediately after the incident, which is not typically the behaviour of someone who has just committed an innocent mistake. No serious investigation was ever conducted, another suspicious detail in a case full of them. Henry, who was present at the hunt, immediately rode to Winchester, seized the royal treasury, and had himself crowned King of England within 3 days. 3 days. Medieval coronations normally took weeks to organise. Henry moved so fast that one suspects he had been planning this moment for quite some time, perhaps had even arranged the accident that made it possible. The speed of his response suggests preparation, and the lack of any inquiry into his brother's death suggests complicity at the highest levels. Robert was still in the Holy Land, unable to contest the succession, and by the time he returned Henry was firmly established on the English throne. The final act of the brothers' tragedy played out over the following decade. Robert, returning from crusade to find that Henry had stolen his expected inheritance, William Rufus had promised England would go to Robert if he died childless, attempted to invade England and claim the throne. The invasion failed. Henry then counter-invaded Normandy, defeated Robert at the Battle of Tinchebray in 1106, and captured his brother. Robert spent the remaining 28 years of his life as Henry's prisoner. 28 years, longer than many people lived in the medieval period, spent entirely in captivity. He was treated relatively well. He was a royal prisoner after all, not a common criminal. But he was never released, never allowed to return to Normandy, never given any chance to regain his freedom. According to some accounts, he spent his final years learning Welsh from his guards at Cardiff Castle, which suggests a certain resigned acceptance of his fate. The charming, generous eldest son of William the Conqueror ended his days as a powerless captive, his duchy taken by his younger brother, his dreams of kingship long since extinguished, his only company the men paid to keep him locked up. There's something almost Greek about the tragedy of William's family. The father who built an empire through ruthless efficiency, the eldest son whose virtues, generosity, warmth, spontaneity, made him unfit to inherit, the middle son whose competence was undermined by his inability to be loved, the youngest son whose patience and cunning outlasted his brother's advantages. Each played their role to its inevitable conclusion, and the conclusion was death, imprisonment, and the extinction of the direct male line within 2 generations. Henry, having eliminated both his brothers, one through suspicious death, one through imprisonment, finally reunited England and Normandy under a single ruler. He proved to be an effective king, maintaining the administrative systems his father had built while adding innovations of his own. He was known as Henry Beauclerc, Henry the Scholar, for his unusual literacy, and he ruled for 35 years, the longest reign of any Norman king of England. But even Henry couldn't solve the succession problem that had plagued his family. His only legitimate son, William Adelin, drowned in the White Ship disaster of 1120, one of the most consequential maritime accidents in English history. The ship went down in the Channel after striking a rock, drowning nearly everyone aboard, including the heir to the throne. According to legend, William Adelin almost escaped but went back to rescue his half-sister, and the overloaded rescue boat capsized. Only one person survived the disaster, a butcher who clung to wreckage until morning. Henry reportedly never smiled again after receiving news of his son's death. He spent the remaining 15 years of his reign trying to secure the succession for his daughter Matilda, forcing his nobles to swear oaths recognizing her as heir. But medieval nobles had sworn oaths to William the Conqueror's sons too, and those oaths had meant nothing when the opportunity for advantage presented itself. Henry designated his daughter Matilda as his successor, but after his death in 1135 the succession was contested by his nephew Stephen. The result was another period of civil war, the anarchy as it came to be known, that wouldn't be resolved until Henry's grandson became King Henry II in 1154. The pattern established by William's inheritance arrangement repeated itself across generations. Every succession was contested, every transition of power involved conflict. The Norman dynasty, for all its military effectiveness, never figured out how to transfer power peacefully. The violence that had created the empire was embedded in its structure, erupting whenever the throne changed hands. Looking back at William the Conqueror's legacy through the lens of his family history, the tragedy becomes clear. He built something extraordinary, a cross-channel realm that combined the resources of England with the military traditions of Normandy, administered with unprecedented sophistication, documented with unprecedented thoroughness. But he couldn't build a family that could maintain what he had created. The same qualities that made him a successful conqueror, ruthlessness, suspicion, unwillingness to share power, made him a difficult father whose sons alternated between rebellion and resentment. The contrast with his own parents is striking. William's father Robert had been careless enough to produce an illegitimate heir, but wise enough to ensure that heir was protected and supported. William's mother Herleva, though never married to the Duke, had been treated with respect and had later made a respectable marriage of her own. William himself had enjoyed a remarkably stable marriage with Matilda, producing numerous children in what appears to have been a genuinely affectionate relationship. But somehow, that personal stability didn't translate into family harmony in the next generation. The sons grew up watching their father dominate everything around him, and they either tried to imitate that dominance or rebelled against it. Neither approach led to healthy relationships. The irony is painful. William had spent his entire life fighting for unity, first unifying Normandy under his rule, then unifying England and Normandy into a single political entity. He had eliminated rivals, suppressed rebellions, and crushed resistance with relentless efficiency. And yet, at the moment of his death, he divided his own creation, setting his sons against each other in conflicts that would last for decades. Was there an alternative? Probably not a good one. If William had left everything to Robert, the incompetent eldest, the whole structure might have collapsed within years. Robert's generous, careless nature was not suited to maintaining the tight administrative control that held Norman England together. If he had left everything to William Rufus, he would have had to explicitly disinherit his firstborn, causing an immediate war before William's body was even cold. If he had left everything to Henry, both older brothers would have united against the usurper, and the younger son would have faced impossible odds. The inheritance problem had no clean solution, because medieval succession rules were themselves fundamentally incoherent. Primogeniture competed with designation by the previous ruler, both competed with election by nobles, and all of these theoretical frameworks competed with the simple military reality that the crown went to whoever could seize and hold it. William's solution, divide and let them fight it out, was perhaps the most honest approach. He couldn't guarantee a peaceful succession, so he didn't try. He gave each son enough to start with and left the ultimate resolution to force. The strongest, cleverest, or luckiest would end up with everything. The others would end up dead or imprisoned. It wasn't pretty, but it was realistic. The Norman dynasty's internal conflicts also had broader consequences for English society. The decades of civil war between William's sons and grandsons weakened the Norman grip on England, created opportunities for local lords to expand their power at royal expense, and delayed the development of centralised royal government that William had begun. England in 1150 was less effectively governed than England in 1087, not because of external enemies or popular resistance, but because of internal Norman squabbles that distracted the ruling dynasty from the business of actually ruling. The English, watching their Norman overlords tear each other apart, might have taken some grim satisfaction in the spectacle. The conquerors who had so efficiently suppressed English resistance were proving thoroughly incapable of maintaining peace among themselves. The violence that had created Norman England was now consuming its creators in an endless cycle of betrayal and civil war. There was a certain poetic justice in that, even if the ordinary English population suffered through the chaos along with everyone else. As usual, it was the common people who paid the price for the nobility's conflicts. And yet, despite all the civil wars and succession crises, the Norman conquest endured. The institutions William had created, the feudal landholding system, the castle networks, the administrative machinery, survived the family conflicts intact. The Anglo-Norman aristocracy, whatever its internal divisions, remained in control of England. The English language continued to absorb French words. The English Church continued under Norman leadership. The transformation William had imposed was permanent, even if his personal dynasty proved self-destructive. William's ultimate legacy wasn't his sons or his short-lived dynasty. It was England itself, the country he had remade so completely in his image, the institutions he had imposed, the cultural patterns he had established through force and maintained through administration. His family tore itself apart in the generations after his death, but Norman England endured. The conquest outlasted the conqueror and all his immediate descendants, becoming simply the foundation of English history rather than a recent trauma that might somehow be reversed. The conqueror was gone, his body scattered and largely lost. His sons fought bitterly over the scraps of his empire, but the conquest itself was complete, irreversible and permanent. William had built something that even his deeply dysfunctional family couldn't manage to destroy. And with that sobering realization, we come to our final chapter, the long-term legacy of William and his conquest. What did it all mean in the end? How did the dramatic events of 1066 shape the England that came after? What traces of William's work remain visible nearly 1,000 years later? The family dramas are over. Now we assess the historical impact. The conqueror's body has long since crumbled to dust, but his far-reaching consequences echo down to the present day. The family dramas are over. The succession wars have been told. William's body has long since crumbled, his dynasty has come and gone, and the medieval world he knew has vanished into history. But the consequences of what he did in 1066 haven't vanished at all. They're still with us, embedded in the language we speak, the institutions we use, the very way we think about England and Englishness. William the Conqueror has been dead for nearly 1,000 years, but in a very real sense he's still shaping the world. This final chapter is about that long-term legacy, the ways in which the Norman conquest didn't just change 11th century England, but permanently altered the trajectory of English history. We'll look at language, at politics, at territorial ambitions that would drive English foreign policy for 400 years. And we'll end with the strange, turbulent fate of William's physical remains, a story that serves as a fitting metaphor for the impermanence of even the greatest earthly power. Let's start with the most obvious and pervasive legacy, the English language itself. If you're listening to this right now and understanding it, you're benefiting from, or perhaps suffering through, the linguistic consequences of the Norman conquest. Modern English is a hybrid language, a fusion of Germanic and Romance elements that would never have occurred without William's invasion. The words you're hearing are approximately half Germanic in origin, from Old English and Norse, and half Romance, from Norman French and Latin. This unusual mixture makes English simultaneously familiar to speakers of German and speakers of French, while being fully intelligible to neither. Before 1066, English was a purely Germanic language, closely related to Dutch, German, and the Scandinavian tongues. It had borrowed some words from Latin through Christianity, and some from Norse through Viking settlement, but its core vocabulary and grammar remained solidly Germanic. An English speaker from the year 1000 could have had a reasonable conversation with a speaker of Old Norse or Old Saxon. They were linguistic cousins, part of the same family. After 1066, everything changed. The Norman conquerors spoke a dialect of French, and they brought that language with them to England. For the next 3 centuries, French was the language of power, spoken at court, used in legal proceedings, employed in literature and official documents. English didn't disappear. The common people kept speaking it, and it remained the majority language in terms of raw numbers. But English lost its prestige. It became the language of peasants, servants, and the conquered, while French became the language of lords, lawyers, and the ruling class. This linguistic apartheid had profound effects on the English vocabulary. When English speakers needed words for concepts associated with power, culture, and sophistication, they borrowed from French. When they needed words for everyday activities, farming, cooking, basic household tasks, they used their existing Germanic vocabulary. The result is a systematic pattern that's still visible in modern English. Consider the words for animals and their meat. The animal in the field is called by its Germanic name: cow, pig, sheep, deer. But once that animal has been slaughtered, cooked, and served at the Lord's table, it becomes beef, pork, mutton, venison, all French-derived words. The English peasants raised the animals, the Norman lords ate them. The language preserves this class division with remarkable clarity, nearly a millennium after the division ceased to be relevant. Every time you order beef at a restaurant, you're unconsciously reenacting the social hierarchy of Norman England. The same pattern appears throughout the vocabulary of daily life. The Germanic word house refers to where ordinary people live. The French-derived mansion and palace describe where the elite reside. Germanic clothes versus French attire and garments. Germanic work versus French labour and employment. The language has a built-in class system, with French words occupying the higher registers and Germanic words the lower. English speakers learn this distinction intuitively, without ever being taught the historical reasons behind it, or consider legal vocabulary. The Germanic words for legal concepts were largely replaced by French imports: court, judge, jury, plaintiff, defendant, verdict, sentence, prison, crime, punishment. The entire apparatus of English law speaks French because the Normans controlled the legal system. An English defendant facing an English judge in an English court is surrounded by French words at every turn, a daily reminder of who conquered whom all those centuries ago. Government and administration tell the same story. Parliament, Chancellor, Treasury, Exchequer, Minister, Council, Sovereign, Authority, Government itself, all French. The Germanic equivalents either disappeared or were pushed into narrower, less prestigious uses. When you interact with official power in English-speaking countries, you're interacting through a vocabulary that the Normans imposed. The vocabulary of culture and refinement followed the same pattern. Art, literature, poetry, romance, beauty, elegance, fashion, cuisine, French. The Germanic words for these concepts either vanished or came to seem rustic and unsophisticated by comparison. To this day, English speakers often perceive French-derived words as more elegant than their Germanic equivalents. Comment sounds fancier than begin. Residence sounds grander than home. Deceased sounds more dignified than dead. These perceptions are Norman propaganda, still operating in our linguistic intuitions nearly 1,000 years later. The borrowing wasn't just vocabulary, it affected grammar and pronunciation too, though less dramatically. English lost most of its grammatical gender. Where Old English had masculine, feminine, and neuter nouns, modern English has largely abandoned the distinction. English also simplified its case system, losing most of the complex noun and adjective endings that characterized Old English. Linguists debate how much of this simplification was due to Norman influence versus natural language evolution, but the period of French dominance certainly accelerated the changes. The result, after 3 centuries of linguistic mixing, was a new language, Middle English, the ancestor of what we speak today. Middle English was neither the Old English of Beowulf nor the French of the Norman court, but something genuinely new, a hybrid that took vocabulary, sounds and structures from both sources and combined them into something unprecedented. Chaucer wrote in Middle English. Shakespeare wrote in early modern English, which evolved directly from it. The language you're hearing right now is the latest iteration of this ongoing evolution. This linguistic legacy extends far beyond the borders of England itself. Because English became a global language through British colonisation and American cultural dominance, the Norman conquest affects how billions of people communicate today. Every English speaker in India, Nigeria, Australia, South Africa, or the United States is using a language shaped by what happened in 1066. The language of international business, science, aviation, and the internet carries Norman DNA in its vocabulary, Norman influence in its register distinctions, Norman history in its peculiar spelling conventions. William probably didn't anticipate that his invasion would eventually influence how people communicate in places he'd never heard of, on continents he didn't know existed, using technologies that would have seemed like sorcery. But that's exactly what happened. The Norman conquest went global, spreading to every corner of the earth where English is spoken, learned, or studied. In that sense, William's reach extended far beyond anything he could have imagined. His conquest of England became, through the contingencies of later history, a partial conquest of the world's linguistic landscape. Beyond language, William's conquest established patterns of territorial ambition that would drive English foreign policy for centuries. The most obvious of these was the English claim to France, or rather to substantial portions of France, that English kings would pursue on and off for the next 400 years. William himself never claimed to be King of France. He was a French duke who happened to also be King of England. But the connection between England and continental territories created a permanent entanglement that his successors couldn't escape. English kings held lands in France as vassals of the French king, which created endless complications. Were they equals when acting as kings, but subordinates when acting as dukes? Could a king legitimately owe feudal loyalty to another king? These questions had no clean answers, and the ambiguity generated conflict after conflict. The situation intensified when Henry II, William's great-grandson, married Eleanor of Aquitaine and added her vast territories to the English crown's continental holdings. By the mid-12th century, the King of England controlled more of France than the King of France did, a situation the French naturally found intolerable. The resulting tensions exploded periodically into open warfare, most famously during the 100 Years' War, 1337 to 1453, when English kings actually claimed the French throne itself and came remarkably close to achieving it. The 100 Years' War was, in a sense, the final working out of the Norman conquest's implications. Edward III and Henry V pursued the French crown with armies that included English longbowmen and Norman-descended nobles, fighting for territorial claims that traced back to 1066 and before. When Henry V won the Battle of Agincourt in 1415 and forced the French to recognise him as heir to the French throne, he was completing, or so it seemed, a project that William had begun 350 years earlier. The dream of a united Anglo-French realm, dormant since William's sons divided the inheritance, seemed about to be realised. The English armies that fought in France during this period were thoroughly English in language and identity. By the 15th century, even the nobility spoke English as their first language, but they were fighting for claims that derived from Norman, an Angevin inheritance. The wars were simultaneously national conflicts and family disputes, fought over crowns and territories that had been tangled together since 1066. In a sense, England and France were still working out the implications of William's decision to cross the Channel. Of course, it didn't last. Joan of Arc rallied French resistance, the English position collapsed, and by 1453 England had lost all its French territories except Calais. The dream of an Anglo-French empire died, though English monarchs would continue to style themselves King of France until 1801, which shows a certain admirable optimism in the face of reality. Wales was another target of Norman and English expansion, and here the results were more permanent. The Welsh borderlands, the Marches, had been militarised since the conquest, with Marcher lords enjoying extraordinary powers to wage war against Welsh princes. Over the following centuries, English power gradually extended into Wales, sometimes through conquest, sometimes through treaty, sometimes through the slow accumulation of influence that comes with superior resources. Edward I completed the conquest of Wales in the 1280s, building a ring of massive castles, Caernarfon, Conwy, Harlech, Beaumaris, that remain among the most impressive medieval fortifications in Europe. These castles were the direct descendants of William's castle-building programme, applying the same principle of architectural intimidation on an even grander scale. The lessons William had taught, that conquered territories required permanent fortification, that stone walls communicated power more effectively than any proclamation, were applied to Wales with systematic thoroughness and unlimited royal resources. The Welsh, like the English before them, learned that resistance to castle-backed power was essentially futile. The castles Edward built were designed not just to defeat Welsh armies, but to crush Welsh hopes, monuments to English permanence that would overshadow Welsh communities for centuries. They still stand today, tourist attractions now rather than instruments of oppression, but their original purpose remains visible in every tower and curtain wall. Wales was formally annexed to England in 1536, but the practical incorporation had happened centuries earlier. The institutions that governed Wales were English institutions, developed from Norman models. The language of administration was English, or before that French. The pattern of conquest, castle building and administrative absorption that William had pioneered was applied to Wales with systematic thoroughness. Scotland was a harder target, and its successful resistance would shape British history for centuries. The Scots had their own kings, their own institutions, their own fierce sense of independence, and a terrain that made military conquest difficult. The Highlands in particular were virtually impenetrable to conventional medieval armies, mountains, lochs and weather that could kill an invading force before it ever met the enemy. English kings tried repeatedly to bring Scotland under their control. Edward I came closest, briefly installing puppet kings and garrisoning Scottish castles, but the Scots always fought back. The Wars of Scottish Independence, immortalised in the stories of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce, were essentially Scotland's successful resistance to the kind of absorption that Wales couldn't prevent. The Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, where Robert the Bruce decisively defeated an English army, established Scottish independence in practice. The Declaration of Arbroath in 1320 articulated Scottish independence in theory, asserting that the Scots would never submit to English rule. These were direct responses to the expansionist impulses that the Norman conquest had set in motion. But even Scotland felt the Norman influence. The Scottish kings themselves were partly of Norman descent. David I, who ruled Scotland in the early 12th century, had been raised at the English court and brought Norman institutions, Norman nobles, and Norman practices to Scotland. The Scottish lowlands developed along lines similar to England, with feudal landholding, castle construction, and administrative systems that borrowed heavily from Norman models. Scotland remained independent, but it was an independence exercised within a cultural framework that the Normans had helped to create. Ireland too fell under Norman influence beginning in the 1160s, when Anglo-Norman adventurers invaded with papal blessing and established the lordship of Ireland. The subsequent centuries of English involvement in Ireland, sometimes controlling substantial territory, sometimes barely maintaining a foothold around Dublin, began with Norman knights doing what Norman knights did best: conquering land and building. Castles. The troubled relationship between England and Ireland has many roots, but the Norman invasion is certainly one of them. The institutional legacy of the Norman conquest extended to governance and law. The English common law system, which spread to virtually every corner of the British Empire and remains the foundation of law in the United States, Canada, Australia, India, and dozens of other countries, developed from Norman foundations. William didn't create common law himself. It evolved over the following centuries, but he created the conditions for its development: a centralised royal government with national jurisdiction, a system of royal courts that eventually superseded local courts, and a professional class of lawyers and administrators who maintained continuity across generations. The jury system, which common law countries consider fundamental to justice, emerged from Norman practices. William's commissioners who compiled the Domesday Book used sworn local juries to gather information. This model was later adapted for judicial purposes with juries determining facts in criminal and civil cases. When an American defendant faces a jury of 12 peers, they're participating in a tradition that traces back through many transformations to Norman administrative innovations. Parliament, too, has Norman roots, though the connection is more complicated than simple derivation. The Norman kings held councils of their major vassals, assemblies where the great men of the realm gathered to advise the king and consent to major decisions. These councils, called the Curia Regis or Great Council, were not democratic in any modern sense. They represented the interests of the aristocracy, not the common people. But they established a crucial principle. Even the king needed consent for certain actions, particularly taxation. Over time, these councils evolved into Parliament, incorporating representatives of lesser landholders, the knights of the shires, and eventually of towns, the burgesses. The House of Lords descends directly from the baronial councils. The House of Commons emerged later as representation expanded beyond the great magnates. The principle that the king needed consent for certain actions, especially taxation, was established early, and it grew stronger over the centuries until Parliament became the supreme legislative authority, capable of deposing kings and reshaping the Constitution. The tension between royal power and parliamentary authority, which would eventually produce the English Civil War, the Glorious Revolution, and the constitutional monarchy system that spread throughout the democratic world, emerged from the Norman feudal structure. William was an absolute ruler in practice, but even he acknowledged that major decisions required consultation with his barons. That acknowledgement, institutionalized and expanded over centuries, became the foundation of representative government. The Norman conquest also reshaped English identity in ways that are still debated today. Before 1066, the English were a Germanic people with Germanic language, Germanic customs, and Germanic connections to the broader North Sea world. Their closest cultural relatives were the Danes, the Frisians, and the Germans. Their religious connections ran through the Anglo-Saxon Church to Rome. They looked eastward and northward, participating in a Scandinavian-influenced cultural zone that stretched from Iceland to the Baltic. After the conquest, everything reoriented. England became part of a French-speaking cultural sphere, connected to continental Europe through its ruling class, its church, and its intellectual life. The English aristocracy intermarried with French, Flemish, and other continental families, creating a cosmopolitan elite that was as comfortable in Paris as in London. English scholars studied at French universities, English architects learned from French masters, English poets wrote in French before they gradually returned to writing in English. The island's cultural gravity shifted southward, toward France and the Mediterranean world that France connected to. This continental orientation lasted for centuries, long after the Norman dynasty itself had been replaced. Only gradually did a distinct English identity re-emerge, one that incorporated both the Germanic heritage of the common people and the French heritage of the elite, both the island geography and the continental connections. Modern English nationalism, with its complicated relationship to Europe, has roots in this complex history. The English are and aren't European, connected and separate, part of the continental tradition yet stubbornly distinct from it. Brexit itself, in some sense, is a very late echo of this complicated heritage. The Norman conquest didn't create this fundamental ambivalence about European identity, but it certainly complicated whatever simpler sense of self might otherwise have developed on the island. And what of William himself, the man behind all these far-reaching consequences? His political legacy is undeniable, his linguistic legacy is audible in every English sentence, his institutional legacy governs hundreds of millions of people across the globe. But his physical legacy, his actual mortal remains, tells a very different and sobering story. A story about the limits of earthly power, the indignity of death, and the inability of even the greatest conquerors to control what happens after they're gone. We've already discussed the truly grotesque circumstances of William's original burial, the abandoned body, the property dispute at the graveside, the exploding corpse. But that was just the beginning of the indignities his remains would suffer. William's tomb at the Abbaye aux Hommes en Camp became a target for desecration again and again over the following centuries. The first major disturbance came in 1522, when the tomb was opened to verify that William's body was actually inside. It was, what remained of it anyway. The officials who conducted this examination were apparently satisfied that they had found the Conqueror, though one wonders how they made that determination given the condition of the remains. The real disaster came during the French Wars of Religion in the 16th century. In 1562, Calvinist Protestants, Huguenots, sacked the abbey and broke open William's tomb. They weren't interested in William specifically. They were attacking Catholic religious institutions and the symbols of papal authority that those institutions represented. But William's tomb was in their path, and they showed it no more respect than they showed the altar or the relics of the saints. The Huguenots scattered his bones, keeping only a single thigh bone as some sort of trophy or curiosity. Perhaps they sold it. Perhaps they kept it as a relic of their own, Protestant iconoclasts destroying Catholic idols but preserving a piece of secular history. The rest of the conqueror's remains were lost, presumably destroyed or dispersed beyond any hope of recovery. The man who had so carefully documented every hide of land in England was himself reduced to an inventory of one item, one femur, possibly genuine. That single thigh bone was reburied in 1642, with a new monument erected to mark the site. But even this reduced memorial didn't survive intact. During the French Revolution, the tomb was disturbed again, and the monument was destroyed. The thigh bone, the last physical remnant of William the Conqueror, was apparently preserved and reburied once more, but by this point no one could be entirely certain that it was genuine. After so many disturbances, the chain of custody was thoroughly broken. Today, visitors to the Abbaye aux Hommes can see a simple stone slab marking where William supposedly lies. But it's really marking where a single bone, possibly his, was buried in the 19th century after surviving multiple desecrations. The magnificent warrior who conquered England, who terrorized the north, who compiled the Domesday Book and built the White Tower, is represented by a questionable femur beneath an understated marker. There's a moral here, and the medieval chroniclers would have appreciated it. Earthly glory is fleeting. William controlled armies, conquered kingdoms, reshaped the destiny of nations. But he couldn't control what happened to his body after death. He couldn't prevent his servants from looting his deathbed, his corpse from bursting at his funeral, his bones from being scattered by religious fanatics. The conqueror who had imposed his will on millions was ultimately helpless before time, decay, and the vagaries of history. And yet, and this is the paradox, William's real legacy doesn't depend on his bones at all. His impact survives in the language, the institutions, the territorial boundaries, the cultural patterns that he helped to create. The words you're hearing right now carry Norman influence. The legal systems that govern democratic societies trace back to Norman innovations. The very concept of England as a unified nation-state owes something to Norman administrative efficiency. William lives, in other words, not in his tomb, but in his consequences. The conquest he launched nearly 1,000 years ago is still unfolding, still shaping the world, still affecting the lives of billions of people who have never heard of him. That's immortality of a sort, not the immortality of preserved remains or magnificent monuments, but the immortality of influence, of change, of transformation so profound that it becomes invisible through familiarity. Every time you use a French-derived word in an English sentence, William wins a tiny victory. Every time an American jury deliberates a case, Norman procedures echo across the centuries. Every time someone studies medieval history and encounters the Domesday Book, William's administrative obsession pays dividends in historical knowledge. The conqueror is dead, the conquest continues. And so we come to the end of our journey through the life and legacy of William the Bastard, William the Conqueror, William the King. We've travelled from his uncertain birth in Norman France to his violent death at Mantes, from his desperate childhood survival to his triumphant coronation at Westminster. We've watched him build castles and burn villages, compile surveys and suppress rebellions, create an empire and fail to maintain a family. He was not a good man by modern standards, or by medieval standards for that matter. The harrying of the North alone would condemn him in any moral accounting, a deliberate campaign of starvation that killed tens of thousands of innocent people. He was ruthless, violent, and apparently incapable of the kind of mercy that might have made his rule more humane. He dispossessed an entire nation's ruling class and showed no particular remorse for doing so. He built his achievement on a foundation of corpses, but he was undeniably consequential. History is full of ruthless men who achieved nothing lasting, whose violence served only their immediate interests and was forgotten within a generation. Petty tyrants, brutal warlords, cruel kings whose realms dissolved the moment they died. William was different. His ruthlessness was in service of a vision, a vision of unified, administered, documented power that transformed everything it touched. He didn't just conquer, he built. He didn't just destroy, he created. The institutions he established outlasted him by centuries. Some of them are still functioning today. Was the conquest worth it? That's not really a question history can answer. The English who lived through it would certainly have said no. They lost their lands, their status, their language, their independence. The Normans who benefited would have said yes. They gained an entire kingdom. Later generations, who inherited both the trauma and the achievements, might reasonably have mixed feelings. The world that emerged from the conquest has produced great things and terrible things, just like every other human civilization. What we can say is that the conquest happened, that it mattered, and that understanding it helps us understand ourselves. The words we use, the laws we follow, the institutions we trust, all of these carry traces of what happened in 1066 and after. We are, in a sense, living in William's world, shaped by his decisions, speaking his language, well, a language he helped to create, governed by systems that descend from his innovations. The bastard boy from Normandy who survived assassination attempts and fought his way to a ducal crown turned out to be one of the most important figures in Western history. Not because he was wise or good or even particularly admirable, but because he was effective, devastatingly, comprehensively, permanently effective. He changed things, and the things he changed stayed changed. Nearly 1,000 years later, we're still sorting through the consequences. That thigh bone in Caen, if it is his thigh bone, is the last physical remnant of a man who conquered a kingdom, reshaped a language, and altered the course of history. It seems inadequate somehow. A great man reduced to a single bone, his magnificent tomb reduced to a simple slab, his carefully documented kingdom long since transformed beyond recognition. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the inadequacy of the physical remains reminds us that greatness doesn't live in bones. It lives in what we do, in the changes we make, in the ripples that spread outward from our actions long after we're gone. William's bones are largely lost, but his influence is everywhere. His body decayed, but his consequences endured. The conqueror is dead. Long live the conquest. And on that note, my fellow night owls, it's time to let the story rest, and for you to rest as well. We've travelled nearly 1,000 years together, from the fjords of Scandinavia where William's Viking ancestors first set sail, to the fields of Hastings where England's fate was decided, to the quiet archives where the Domesday Book still preserves. The details of his achievement. It's been quite a journey. Thank you for coming along. Now close your eyes. Let the castles and battlefields fade. Let the clash of swords quiet down. The conquest is over. The story is told. There's nothing left but the gentle silence of history, settling over everything like fresh snowfall. Good night and sweet dreams.